Oui. Ouais, je reviens. Ouais, je vais là-haut, je reviens ça.
D'accord.
Et voilà. Je pense que...
Institut. En bas, si vous descendez à côté de la C'est mieux de poser la question à l'accueil. Oui. Comment on fait ça? Oui, oui.
Mais c'est à toi de commencer à évoluer la discussion. Et donc, si personne ne dit rien, bon, je vais mettre mon truc sur ma question.
Je vais aller donner tout ici. Tout ici. Je vais aller donner. Sinon, c'est pas grave. Si tu veux sortir la journée.
especially after this huge rain falls in the distribution of Syria, this region. So it's really nice to see, fortunately, all of the participants.
Well, not all.
Yes.
No, I mean all those.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, but there are many more people that even with the
Yeah, it sometimes happens.
yeah.
Never mind Syria.
Yeah,
Nice.
it would be very nice. Yes, and especially since what's happening in Syria now, it would to make it a little bit like
Provided,
yes.
okay, again, because we just switch on to the other activities, the other areas, and the Syria is not accessible for us, and maybe it's 4 years. 4 years. It's not. Well, so we are starting.
So where are we working now?
Well, we are working with Professor Diversité.
Yes.
Is still active. He 2 years ago retired, but he's still active.
Yeah.
He got it
Yeah,
done.
I'm retired.
Yes,
But
but
yes,
yes.
you're
Really?
retired, but I'm still very active, but more in Central Asia right now.
Central Asia.
Yeah, this was my beginning.
So we are talking. Oh, it's my pleasure. Pleasure is mine. So it's really nice to talk, to get back to Syria and to talk with Syria, because we are discussing that now we are switching out to the different areas. Bertille is working in Central Asia, and he asked me what you were doing. Yes. We are for over 2 years in Kuwait, in the Persian Gulf, and we excavated an Umayyad-related site. It's really something because it is a large part of the Mesopotamian patriarch. I work with pottery, as usually, and there is a great collection of the Umayyad pottery imports from the Mesopotamian side, and we get also the local production, which was inspired by the presence of pottery at all, because this local production is the first pottery tradition in the Gulf. So we get a really large collection of the Umayyad pottery. It's really great. And there's also a vast part of the site excavated. Now with the architectural concept, there's no problem. The house was built according to some idea. And even the professor is searching for this tripartite plan, which is common to the Umayyad architecture. So yes, there is something, but still I'm missing this real area. Yes, because the Gulf is something. It's not this way. I mean, it's not like Syria, Lebanon, or Iraq. It's it's not the same. Not only because of the archaeology, because it's because of the people, because of the culture, because of the customs. It's the part of the Middle East, but my opinion, it's something different. It's something different. Oh, well, it is difficult.
Bien sûr. Alors, oui, vous êtes Madame Lyonnet? Oui, allez-y. Elsa Najma. Je travaille au service des manifestations de l'INHA. Allez-y, vous pouvez introduire votre pied. Madame Lyonnet, je peux vous donner un badge. Voilà.
Yes, yes. But it's wrong because they check that you don't have any virus. Mine is only at 17%.
Oui, tu as signé, super. Super. Et je crois que c'est tout, hein, c'est ça. Ça, c'est l'analyse en cours. On va peut-être annuler l'analyse. Ah oui, 7. Bonne journée alors. Et tu
C'est très long.
Oui, alors, j'ai quand même chargé votre
Vous l'avez trouvé, vous avez pris
présentation.
Vous avez pris la
J'ai pris ça. C'était le.
Oui, VL présentation.
Voilà, c'est ça, hein.
C'est ça.
Parce que là, oui, par contre, il y a des éléments apparemment. Faites attention à voir pour les.
C'est une clé, effectivement, qui se balade.
Mais que ça ne contamine pas vos ordinateurs aussi. Peut-être faites attention. Alors, je vais l'enlever. Et.
Voilà. Comme ça, je peux l'enlever?
Oui, vous pouvez.
Merci.
Of course. Yes, yes. Hop, on va faire.
Excavation
It's this one. The third millennium?
Yes.
Okay. Oui. Ah, il faut sortir, oui. Non, il y a juste au premier étage, là, il y a une terrasse. Oui. Juste à côté de la salle. Ok. Thank you. From Beida. Voilà, it's here. Okay. Thank you. Présentation 3
Non, texte. Ah oui, oui, excusez-moi. Oui, présentation 3. C'est pas une conférence originale.
Au moins, vous avez peu de fichiers sur votre clé. C'est bon. Oui, je vais vérifier parce que il y avait des petits soucis dernièrement. L'ordinateur est connecté là. Vous voulez... Ah oui, oui, oui. Alors, vous vous connectez sur le réseau INHA.
Oui.
On va vous envoyer un code qu'il faut vraiment noter, qui sera valable toute la journée. Voilà. Si vous avez un compte EduroAm, vous pouvez aussi l'utiliser en vous connectant sur EduroAm. Mais normalement, INHA, oui. Ouais. Et voilà. Oui. Est-ce que je l'ai noté? Oui. INHA? Paris. Non.
PDF, Valentini.
Ok. Voilà. Yes. Yes. It's better, yeah.
Ok.
Oui. I just a minute. Voilà. Eject.
Ouf, c'est très... Bertille? Bertille? On va commencer. On va commencer. Oui. Donc, bonjour. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Inasha. Thank you for coming. I would like today, I would like really to thank you. We are so happy to welcome you here in the Inasha for this workshop on the Syrian Djézireh on the third millennium seen from the perspective of survey. I would like first of all, I would like to thank the staff of the Inasha to give us this opportunity. I like to thank especially Eric Duchassé, France Narlesh, and Cécile Colonna, as well as Elsa Najem. The day will be divided in two parts. In the morning, we will listen to 3 papers, and in the afternoon, we will listen for 4 papers. We will stop for lunch at 12. Then we come back. We will start again at 2 o'clock. There's a coffee break in the afternoon. And the speaker that will eat here in the canteen in the Inasha. Last but not least, there's a meeting at the end of the meeting. We will have a cocktail. Should be at 6 p.m. normally. And I just want to remind the speaker that we have to talk about 45 minutes. Yeah, or 40. It depends. It depends. I ask for normally for 40 minutes. And now we will start our presentation with Bertille Lyonnet, who is from the CNRS, the team Proche-Orient Caucase, here in Paris. The title of her talk is The West Upper Khabur Survey Syria Procedure Used to Collect and to Make the Preliminary Studies of the Pottery.
Okay, first, I must say that I'm really very glad to be here and that we give kind of new small life to this Djézireh where we all worked. And of course, it's all what's happening there is very sad. Though the Djézireh up until now is quite a little bit safer than the other areas. So most of what I will say is written on the board, so you can really read with me. So this is to explain why I did this survey in Western Upper Khabur. I was asked by the epigraphist Jean-Marie Durand and Dominique Charpin, who were working on the Mari tablets, and they wanted to put the different places that they saw in the tablets on a map. So they asked me to do this survey because I had been making one in Eastern Bactria in Afghanistan, where we had really fantastic results under the direction of Jean-Claude Gardin. So I first went to Telbrac and to Telbarry and to Cambridge, and I worked both with Joan Oates and Paolo Emilio Pecorella on the ceramics of their sites because they had a very large sequence. And so I was acquainted with the pottery of Mesopotamia because, of course, I had been working in Central Asia all the time until then, and I didn't know it. So we made a first reconnaissance, I can say, in '84 on a small dozen of sites all over the Khabur area that Jean-Marie Durand and Dominique Charpin had chosen. This was published, this has been published in the Nabu series in '92. As it was really, sorry. No, this was it. So, as it was clearly impossible to make a survey on the entire Upper Khabur due to the very large number of tels and their size, as also Diederik Meyer had done his own survey in the central part, mainly around Tel Leilan, and as the western part seemed rather little known, I opted for this last part, limited on the west side by the Khabur itself, on the eastern side by the Jakjak, by the border with Turkey on the north, and by Haseke in the south. So this is pretty much the area where I worked. From the map done during the French Mandat in the 1920s, a rather good map at that time, I chose arbitrarily a rather large number of tels, more or less regularly dispatched within the whole area, of different size, large, middle, and small. I dismissed the sites that had been excavated, like Tel Halaf or Tel Shakar Bazar, or were being excavated, like Tel Mouzan, or that were known by earlier surveys, including those of our previous reconnaissance, like Tel Hamdoun or Tel Amouda. At the time of the survey, that was in 89 and 90, salvage excavations were going on in the area of the future lake on Tel Kashkashok 1 to 3, Abu Four, and Abu Jera. So this is a map done by the INH team where you have the different sites. As you can see, there is almost no areas that is forgotten because up north, I don't know if we have a pointer. Do we have a pointer? But maybe I can show this way. Here, this area actually was known through our reconnaissance. So, I mean, pretty much all the area was covered. So altogether, I ended up with about 60 sites, to which were added those surveyed by Yoshi Nishiaki, another 60 sites about, because I had asked him to do a survey more specialized on Paleolithic and pre-pottery sites. So I don't know if this is visible on this map, but you have some of them that are in italic, and these are those surveyed by Yoshi, and all the others are mine. And finally, Yoshi Nishiaki has found this very interesting site, Tel Seker El Ahaimer, along the Khabur, close to Tel Halaf. Actually, to make this survey, to collect the sherds, we were only two, myself and one person from the antiquity department. For long, it has been Bassam Jamous, and the other one was also Ahmed Serieh, and there was another girl who disappeared after just one season. But usually, there were always, of course, a lot of children and other inhabitants who came to help us to collect the sherds. We ended up with about 15 tons of pottery. So here's a picture that shows you the children picking up the sherds, and I will show you in another picture. We tried to have the collection by sectors, not to cover immediately the whole area, but sectors after sectors. And children are very good because they pick up anything. unless adults, and especially we, are more careful about what we pick up. And this is also a bias. So depending on the size and shape, the sites were divided into sectors. This is absolutely necessary in order to identify the extent of occupation during each period. And I'll show you some examples. For instance, on the upper left, this is Tel 26, Tel Dabash. Very interesting site for third millennium. I would really recommend it to anyone interested in the third millennium. And so you see you have up to, how many, up to 8 areas, and I give on the left the dimensions of it, and you have a cemetery on the very top, and then the village on the right. Under you have this other side, different side. I forgot his name already, but I remember that the small mound D was very interesting for late Chalcolithic period. Then on the right, I have put Tel Arbit 42 with different sectors that were analyzed, and 2 small mounds on the left that I didn't survey. I don't remember why, but probably because they were inhabited partly. The problem was always when you had houses, and I never went into villages. And then 43 is a very small, round settlement, and there is no sectorization. It's all one. So, of course, all this material, 15 tons about, had to be washed and dried up. I was very fortunate to be helped by the Schlumberger company, because they were not using anymore their location in Kamishli itself, and you had this huge place, all cemented, so very useful to have the shirts washed and dry, a lot of water available, and no dogs, nor donkeys, no children to come and mess up all the shirts. So this was very fortunate. And then we had the inside of this closed place with places where to put all the shirts, in different baskets, all separated. The main task after the collect was to deal with this huge amount of shirts and to organize them in series that could be related with one archaeological period. The first step was to analyze the shirts site after site, and within one site, sector after sector. So for each, the shirts were sorted according to their shapes, first closed and opened, large to small, their manufacture, handmade or wheel-turned, their paste, temper, firing, color, decoration, etc. This led me to build up a very large typology with 20 series and as much, if not more, sub-series and variants for large jars, 27 for small jars, and again with sub-series and variants, 17 series for jugs, 13 for large open vessels, 20 for small open vessels. It almost immediately struck me that most of these series could be dated between the Chalcolithic and the Neo-Assyrian period. Neolithic Proto-Hassuna and halaf shirts could easily be pointed out, and they were separated, and similarly for the antique and Islamic periods. But clearly, the overwhelming quantity was related to the third millennium. After this first sorting by series, with a large chronological attribution, like, halaf, Obeid, late Chalcolithic, third millennium, etc., I gave several students who wanted to make a master or a PhD the series that were related to the period they needed. So they were in charge of reworking and going into more details. Actually, only 5% did write the results of their study on this material. Marie Lemierre for the Proto-Hassuna and Olivier Nieuwenhuis for the Halaf. These results have been published in the 2000 publication. Barbara Helving did write for the late Chalcolithic and Uruk period. To my knowledge, it is not published, though she wanted to do it. I don't know if she finally published it. Xavier Febvre made his PhD on the first half of the second millennium, and Stefano Anastasio for the Medio and Neo-Assyrian periods. But neither Anja Nielsen for the Ubaid, nor Philippe Quenet on the third millennium, Francesca Dorna-Metzger on the period from the Achaemenids to the Byzantine time, and Alexandrine Guérin for the Islamic period ever completed their work for different reasons. And as for myself, after I had completed the survey and confident that they would work and that I would only supervise their work, I went on with other archaeological matters in Azerbaijan, first in the North Caucasus and then in Azerbaijan. And I was still continuing with Central Asia, so that was already quite a lot. I'm going back. So I'm thus extremely happy and very grateful to Sosan to have accepted to take over the third millennium material that again is by far the most numerous in the collection. Unfortunately, due to the political situation in Syria, she has never seen or handled the shirt, and she has to rely exclusively on my handwritten notes and on the drawings, with only very few pictures available, as there was not yet numerical cameras at that time, and we were all very careful about the number of pictures that we were taking. And I must say they are very bad most of the time. While she had a scholarship, thanks to the INHA, she made up the database together with the computer engineers of the INHA, whom I want to thank here very much. And we checked the files together. However, this happy time is now over. She has no more scholarship. She has to work on other matters to earn her living. And this explains that part of her work is going more slowly and is not yet completed. But I am very confident that she will go up to the end and that altogether this will give very interesting results. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer immediately, though we have a discussion session at the end also, but more generally, but for precise questions on some things, if you have any.
Just to know, you said there is much ceramic from the millennium.
Yes.
And
it's I would say about half of the total is third millennium, and half is from Proto-Hassuna to the Islamic. Yeah. So it certainly means something about the occupation, environment, many things.
Sorry, I have a question. And when you talk about third millennium, what do you mean? Because, for example, do you recognize material from the beginning of the third millennium?
What?
Very beginning?
Yeah, this was a question that we that she will raise again. Of course, there is. You always have a problem with the transitional periods. So this is one for the between the late Chalcolithic and the third millennium. I have a precise idea of which material goes there, because the clay, the color of the series, I still remember very vividly, is still the same, this kind of red-brown pottery, but it has no more chaff temper in it. And we had several series like that could really go, and the shapes are still in the same idea as to the so-called late Uruk or late Chalcolithic pottery, the end of the late Chalcolithic. And so we do have material, but I think when I sorted the series, I attributed them more to Barbara Helving, who studied the late Chalcolithic, than to Sosan. I mean, Philippe, at that time it was Philippe Quenet. So, so this is a buffer zone that when things will be published more in a better way, we have to be careful to really. And it's the same for the third to second millennium, though there we have little pottery to really that we really know about to put there.
So I have an idea why you found such an overwhelming amount of circulating material, because you concentrated on mounds and especially on large mounds.
Yes.
So let's say that the third millennium is exactly the period where settlement is concentrated.
You're
on
right.
Mounds. So
Yeah.
the flat settlement or settlements which are small and dispersed, maybe you didn't visit, and so those may probably give more pottery of other periods.
Yeah, you certainly you're right. And one case was near Tel Beida, where there was this, if I remember well, Mitanni or Medio-Assyrian period large site that I had not considered. So this is true. But I think it also means something about the environment in general, because certainly, I mean, the climate was very favorable at that time for people to settle in this area, and not as much later on. And earlier. Well, earlier we do have quite a lot of these halaf sites, and not as many Proto-Hassuna, but halaf sites there are quite many. And I remember we went back with Olivier in some areas where I had already picked up quite many shirts, and he found more, etc. So this is why also I say about 60 sites, because some were added afterwards, and it's sometimes difficult to track the exact number.
Thank you so much, Bertille.
Okay. So.
Okay, so Sausana has asked me to introduce her, so it gives me the opportunity to thank her for her presence at the INHA for 4.5 years, and it was really great. Yeah, and a half, no? No. Well, for several years, and we were very pleased to have this program. A little unusual for us because it was an incursion in Oriental archaeology, but it was very, very successful, and we are very pleased to hear today. So she will talk about third millennium ceramics for from the survey in the western Upper Khabur in Syria, chronological and spatial aspects.
So I'm working on the database from a major survey project carried out in the 1990s under the direction of Bertille Lyonnet. C'est bien? Like that. This map shows you the survey zone in its regional context in the Syrian Djézireh. In more detail, the surveyed zones corresponds to a triangle defined in the north by the two towns of Kamishli and Ras Al Ain, and in the south by the town of Hasake. Its surface area is approximately 5,000 square kilometers. This zone corresponds to the western and central Khabur sub-region as defined by Lobo and others. In total, about 60 sites were surveyed by Bertille Lyonnet and her team. The total weight of shares collected from the 60 sites is around 15 tons. Among these sites, some had been surveyed earlier by Oppenheim, Malwan, and Oates, among others. But the results were rarely published or only very briefly. The well-known sites of Tel Halaf, Shagar Bazar, and Muzan are located within the survey area, but were not surveyed as they had been or still were being excavated. Except for salvage excavation on Tel Kashkashuk, Abu Hafur, and Tel Abu Hujaira, only 3 sites have been excavated since the survey was done. These are Tel Beda, European team under the direction of Mark Lobo, Tel Arbit, Polish team under the direction of Belinsky, and Tel Fakhiriya, partly excavated in the 1950s by the American teams under the direction of McQuan, and partly reopened by 2 successive Syrio-German teams under the co-direction of Baghdad and first at Krasnin Ponats. The great majority of ceramic collected during the survey dates to the early Bronze Age. All the sites were extensively served and their surface divided into natural sectors, as explained by Bertille Lyonnet. Most sites are under 3.9 hectares in surface area. 8 sites are between 5 and 7 hectares. There are only 3 sites, relatively large sites, ranging from 14.5 to 24.7 hectares, Badr, Baden, and Majdal. But even these sites are substantially smaller than the major urban center known at the Djézireh, of which Tel Baden and Tel Muzan are the only examples within the 7 area. If we look at the number of the third millennium shared recovered from each site, we can see that the quantity of material is not directly proportional to the site size. This is clear on the graphic, where the site is ranked from smallest on the left to largest on the right. For the larger sites, which were divided into sectors, the shared distribution tends to show that all parts of the sites have an early Bronze Age occupation. This seems reliable as shown by the comparison between the survey result and the excavations that were made on the site mentioned above. The excavation mostly confirmed that the occupation that had been identified by the survey, those a few differences also are also noticed as well, we will see. From the handwritten data obtained by Bertille Lyonnet from her study of all the shared from the survey, site after site, I made up a database exclusively centered on the 3rd millennium pottery. The ceramic database is an Excel file table with 31 columns and 16,491 lines. Each line represents one sherd, that is, more or less one vessels. The variables described in the column are related to the shape, typology, especially the rim shape, temper, decoration, and surface treatment. The main 3rd millennium ceramic categories, simple ware, North Mesopotamian metallic ware, 985 painted or incised, etc., were identified. The construction of this database was done in close collaboration with Bertille Lyonnet, using the typology she originally elaborated in the field and the drawing made at that time. First of all, we will look at the chronological aspect. I have followed here the early Djézireh chronology established after the survey was done. How do I attribute each vessel's type to the different early Djézireh phases? First, I used Bertille Lyonnet's attribution in her 2000 publication. At that time, as a primary work, she had divided this millennium in 2 main phases, the first and the second half of the 3rd millennium. In the second time, I checked and refined with the recent publication of excavated site in the region and with Elena Rova's synthesis in the 2011 Arkham publication. As a result, I was able to date more than 55% of the vessels in the database, which, as said above, contains 16,491 vessels. This means that we are still in a preliminary approach and that more work is necessary. Some time occur in several periods, but they can be distinguished using the aspect of the paste, temper, firing, color, which varies from one period to other. Here are the main diagnostic types I've used to date the pottery of the survey. In each case, I have indicated in red the code used by Bertille Lyonnet and the equivalent in Rova's typology. In the survey material that I worked upon, nothing could be clearly attributed to early Djézireh 0, and Bertille Lyonnet thinks that it has been included with the late Chalcolithic Uruk period material. For early Djézireh 1, I used 6 types and variants, mostly bowls, as we can see here on the right. For early Djézireh 1-2, I have 23 types and variants, and I show you here some examples of jar and Nineveh bowls. In the second one here, we can see the Nineveh sink. For early Djézireh 2-3, I have 15 types and variants. Here are some examples of jar bowls, stand and cooking pot. For early Djézireh 3, there are 23 types and variants. This includes jar, bowls, and cups. For early Djézireh 3-4, I have 10 types and variants. Here are some typical jar. We can see here, especially the kamtushper. For early Djézireh 4, there are 24 types and variants. This includes jar, bowls, and cups. For early Djézireh 4-5, the decoration appears in the jar, as you can see in these examples. Lastly, early Djézireh 5, I have very few types. The one illustrated here is a small cup with vegetal temper. This slide shows the relative frequency of vessels in percent by period. Of course, we have to keep in mind that the more types of variants are diagnostic for one chronological phase, the highest the percent should be. In early Djézireh 1, where I have for the moment only 6 types and variants. The frequency is very low. Then it increases, but apparently only slightly in early Djézireh 2, though we have many more types at hand before raising very sharply to a peak in early Djézireh 3, where we have 32 diagnostic types. Actually, the great number of types that belong to both early Djézireh 1 and early Djézireh 2, 23 types, then to early Djézireh 2, early Djézireh 3, 15 types, makes the account difficult and not as precise as we would like. In early Djézireh 4, 24 types, the frequency drops by half before finishing very low again in early Djézireh 5, but with only 3 diagnostic types. In these last 2 periods, we also have the same problem of types attributed to both early Djézireh 3 and early Djézireh 4, or to both early Djézireh 4 and early Djézireh 5. Nevertheless, the 2 periods, early Djézireh 3 and 4, thus represent 95% of the dated pottery. But the peak on early Djézireh 3 must reflect the well-known flourishing of urban settlements at this time, as represented by Badr, period 3, Bragg, period L, and Muzan, period 3. We should not forget, however, that this image will be slightly changed after the rest of the pottery is also dated. This slide is another way of showing the peaks and declines of the occupation. Here, the relative frequency in percent of dated vessels by period is given for each site. The 14 sites with less than 23rd millennium vessels have not been included here. For each site, the 3 highest frequencies are indicated by dark to light shading. The table has been ordered by sorting the decreasing values in early Djézireh 1 column. If we look at the total number of occupied sites by period according to this data, the bottom line in the red here, we start with 12 sites in early Djézireh 1. The number rises sharply to 44 in early Djézireh 2 and remains stable in early Djézireh 3 and 4. And then it's followed by a major reduction in early Djézireh 5, as only 6 sites are represented. This again confirms the observation highlighted in the Arcan publications. This table shows also that only 6 sites provide evidence for occupation throughout the whole sequence from early Djézireh 1 to early Djézireh 5. Ain al-Qird, number 38, Atash, number 34, Ahmar, 45, Barkil Booz, number 30, Kiddish, number 32, and Dabak, number 31. We can also note that the 3 largest sites, Baden, Majdal, and Badr, shows evidence of occupation from early Djézireh 2 to early Djézireh 4. Actually, for Tel Badr, the excavation date the start of the 3rd millennium settlement in early Djézireh 1. One explanation for this could be that the earliest occupation at the base of the biggest stratified sites are difficult to detect through surface survey, especially if the earliest occupation cover relatively small areas, as can be seen at Badr, where the earliest levels were only found in fill G and I. Let's now consider some specific categories recovered in the survey. These are the Karababa painted ware, reserved slipped ware, painted 9/5, fine and usually gray in size 9/5 with chevron and dot motifs, and fine in size 9/5 with corrugated decoration. Excise inside 9/5 with metops on the left and hatchet zigzag on the right. We continue here with Djézireh Bikram ware on pot stands with hatchet red and black motifs within red painted panels. North Mesopotamian metallic ware with corrugated decoration. Combed washed ware. Simple ware with incised decoration, here a tree-like decoration. Simple ware with incised graffito cross, we can see. Simple ware with applied decoration, is like a snake. And simple ware with combed inside decoration, just horizontal and wavy decoration. This slide shows the frequency of each of these specific categories in the survey material, ranked in chronological order from the left to the right, according to the current state of research. The most frequent categories are Nineveh 5 in blue, and the 3 blue. We can see there's 3 blue for Nineveh side. In North Mesopotamia, metallic ware in orange, and simple ware with decoration in red. The North Mesopotamia metallic ware is best presented. Within the Nineveh 5 series, a distinction has been made between the 3 main chronological variants. The earliest is the painted one, the second is the fine incised ribbed, often gray, and the last is the incised excised one. The least frequent categories are Karababa in brown, and the reserved slipware in yellow, occurring in early Djézireh 1 in very small quantity, and combed washware in black is in early Djézireh 3-4, at the end of early Djézireh 3 and 4. If we look into account these decorated pottery, the number of site occupied in early Djézireh 1 and 5 is slightly higher than previous mentioned. To sum up the result mentioned above, these are the survey sites with evidence for an early Djézireh 1 occupation. Of course, we have to remember that Talmuzan was also occupied at that time. This is the evidence for early Djézireh 3 occupation, now much more denser. These are the survey sites with evidence for early Djézireh 5 occupation, and we can see is less dense. Now we will look at the geographical distribution of 2 significant categories. First, the Nineveh 5, then North Mesopotamia metallic ware. These maps show the distribution of Nineveh 5 by decorated category in the chronological order. The frequency for each site is expressed as a percentage of the total number of Nineveh 5 pottery in the survey. The category is present throughout the survey area, but the highest frequency tends to cluster in the eastern part of the survey area. This confirms and strengthens Bertille Lyonnet's preliminary observations about the border of this North Mesopotamian culture that don't go up to the river, to the Haut-Khabur River itself, first underlined in her 1996 article. Turning now to North Mesopotamian metallic ware. In blue, the sites are ordered according to the quantity of 3rd millennium pottery. The red bars show the quantity of North Mesopotamian metallic ware pottery in each site, with the sites in the same order. The graphic shows that the quantity of North Mesopotamian metallic ware ceramic is not directly related to the quantity of pottery recovered from each site. In 1997, Schneider analyzed a sample of 24 metallic ware shards from the survey collection that says 3% of all the metallic ware shards from the survey material, but the sample covers a wide geographical area within the survey area. We found that all the analyzed sample belongs to the non-calcareous variant of metallic ware. This map shows the distribution of North Mesopotamian metallic ware from the surveyed site. Here, the frequency is shown for each site by the percentage of North Mesopotamian metallic ware relative to the total number of the 3rd millennium sherds. The highest frequencies of this category are found in the northern part of the survey zone, in the site Arrada number 25, Kadesh number 32, Shur al-Gharbi number 27, and Ain al-Qarid number 38. This tends to support the hypothesis of Kabaroglu that the main production center of North metallic ware was near the clay resource in the Butouj Massif to the north of Djézireh, as illustrated in this map. The gray dotted line shows the distribution of North Mesopotamian metallic ware in the North Djézireh, including the survey area, and the red circle indicate distance of 50, 100, and 200 kilometers from the arbitrary central point in the Butouj Massif. Going back to all the survey material, I will now briefly discuss the fabric groups. There are 3 main types of temper: mineral, vegetal, and mixed, as shown in the graphic. The mineral one is the most frequent, 64%, followed by the mixed temper, and finally by the vegetal one. We can distinguish subtype for mineral at the top of the slide. This is mineral with void, possibly left by burnt calcite. And at the bottom, this is dense, fine, sandy-like mineral. Both these fabrics have a chronological significance. The first group with voids only occur in early Djézireh 1-2, while the dense fine mineral is characteristic of early Djézireh 4. Here is a photo of a sherd with mixed temper and one with vegetal temper. If we look at the distribution of the main fabric groups in the survey region, there are some chronological trends. These maps show the relative frequency of the 3 groups on each site. Sites with less than 30 sherds have not been included. The mineral fabric is less frequent in the east. The vegetal fabric is the only one that occurs in high frequencies in the east. We can also see special situation in the south central part of the survey region. Here, there is relative less vegetal and relative more mixed temper. We can see here on this one and this one. I will look now in more details at vessels typology. I will show you a series of distribution maps covering the beginning, the middle, and the end of the early Bronze Age 3rd millennium sequence. Each map illustrates one ceramic type. The choice of the types is based on their chronological relevance. These maps were made with the help of Antoine Courtin and Frédéric Renora at the INACHA, using a simple mapping system connected to the database. I wish to thank them very warmly for their skills. The first map shows the distribution of a jar type that is diagnostic for early Djézireh 1-2. The color varies between beige to light reddish with a vegetal temper. The size of the circle indicates the quantity of this type per seat. We can see that it is quite widely distributed. The most frequent occurrences are on the northern edge of the survey zone. Altogether, this type is present on 36 sites for a total of 118 vessels. The next map shows the distribution of a bowl type occurring in early Djézireh 1 and 2 with either ribbed or fine incised decoration typical of Nineveh 5. The color varies between gray to yellowish buff with very fine, almost not visible mineral temper. This type only occurs in 6 sites, all located in the eastern part of the zone. This is another 985 ball type with incised excised method decoration is dated to the late early Djézireh II. The color varies between whitish to yellowish to whitish greenish, and it's mostly tempered with fine mineral. The distribution is again restricted to the east. I will now show you 3 maps for the middle part of the sequence, corresponding to early Djézireh III. The first map shows the distribution of a small jar type on cooking ware, with a straight or slightly flared neck and triangle lugs just below the rim. This type occurs in all parts of the survey zone, corresponding to a total of 29 sites. The color varies between a reddish black and the temper is mineral. The surface is burnished. This is another typical early Djézireh III jar with a horizontal rim, usually made in metallic ware. The color varies between reddish orange and gray black, and the temper is almost invisible. This is a wide occurring type. The highest frequency are in the central part of the survey zone. The pattern is slightly different for this small jar or stand type for early Djézireh III, as there are high frequencies in the east as well as in the central part. This is a small jar with flared neck and concave rim. The color is buff and the temper is mixed with a rough touch. This type is characteristic for early Djézireh IIIb, but also continues in early Djézireh IV. It is present here on 36 sites. Turning now to the last part of the sequence, I will start with a container typical for early Djézireh IV. This is a large deep container or pot with a flattened triangle rim. The color is whitish, yellowish, and its fabric consists of a dense fine mineral temper. It occurs throughout the survey zone, but for the first time, we see that the highest frequencies are more to the west. Here, 1 or 2 sites are characterized by exceptionally high frequencies, especially site 26, the Bash. This pattern in early Djézireh IV stands out from the relative even distribution in the earlier period. Its possible reflects an increased standardization in ceramic production, a trend already underlined by Elena Roba for this period. The map here could indicate that this change in production was especially related to center site. The same can be seen with a type of a small thin ball with a concave profile, characteristic of early Djézireh IV, B and C, and it continues also in early Djézireh V. The color is whitish to pinkish or buff, and it's made of in a dense fine mineral temper. In the survey, 7 sites produced some pottery westers. The recognizable shape, balls, cups, and vases can be dated mostly to early Djézireh IIIb, early Djézireh IV. We know from excavated sites like Lelan and Beda, Lelan and Arbid, that this period is characterized by mass-produced, standardized pottery. At the westers from all the survey all come from small sites: Asnan Fokani, Arrada, Kiddish, Atash, Ain al-Karid, Arbid, and Ahmar, and Girzawil. This indicates that the production of pottery was not limited to a large urban sites. The last map shows the distribution of a type of large jar with horizontal comb inside decoration. The color is creamy whitish. The temper is mixed vegetal and mineral, but mostly vegetal. This type is a diagnostic for early Djézireh 4C5 in the eastern and central Djézireh. In the survey zone, its distribution is limited to a relative small number of sites, 17, most of which are located in the northeast, with one outlier site, number 7, on the west edge of the zone. You can see it here, it's very small. To sum up the chronological aspects, roughly half the ceramic from the total survey material could be dated to periods in the early Djézireh 1 to early Djézireh 2 sequence. The largest number is dated to early Djézireh 3, coinciding with the major period of urbanization. However, as the sites surveyed are not large urban sites, it remains to be explained why these small sites produced relatively large quantity of shards. The main chronological result shows a general trend from a low number of sites in the early Djézireh 1 to a major increase in early Djézireh 2. The number remains stable in early Djézireh 3 and early Djézireh 4. Finally, there is a significant drop in number in early Djézireh 5. This ultimate developed fits well with the picture for the whole Djézireh region at this time, corresponding to the so-called the Akkadian collapse, with the reduction in size of major site and the abandonment of many others. To sum up the spatial aspects, Nineveh 5 material is limited to the eastern edge of the area, as might be expected. Also, we will look at the frequencies of vessels of a given types across the survey zone. A new pattern seemed to emerge in the last third of the millennium in early Djézireh 4. The especially high vessels frequencies observed for certain type on one or two sites possibly reflect a trend to a more standardized production centered perhaps on these sites. Thank you for your attention. I would like to thank again Antoine Cortin, Frédéric Nora et Cécile Colonna and Anasha. Thank you. Thank you for you. Do you have any question? We can do the discussion later if you want. We do, or we can now, if you have any question. Yeah.
Yeah, you show us the frequency of the period tested at a specific period, and I was astonished with the numbers, especially when we compared the Djézireh 2
Oui.
and Djézireh 3. Because
The problem.
there was only
Yeah.
about 4% of the for the Djézireh 2, and we had
Because
60% for the Djézireh 3.
Yeah, I show two things. One for the vessels, the quantity of each site, and one for the occupation. If you look at the occupation, the problem is it was between early Djézireh 1, 2, 2, 3. So I tried to simplify it. It gives me this one. There's many periods that are transitional between the two. Yeah, this is a problem.
I was also astonished with the update. I'm going to talk about the update. And after the excavation, we know that the Djézireh 2 late phase of this period is the best representative site.
Yeah.
And here also the numbers show that it's quite contrary, that we have only the 7%. This is attributed to the Djézireh 2 period, and nearly 70%,
Yeah.
which is attributed to the Djézireh 3 period. So, of course, looking generally at this Djézireh region, which was under your survey, we can explain these differences between the Djézireh 2
and 3.
But
the
we
3A.
find that this area occupation was still out by the huge, extensive occupation from the Djézireh 3 period.
Yeah.
But I would like to ask what kind of diagnostic pottery you used in your study when you estimated
I show some.
distribution to the specific periods.
Yeah.
Especially these early
Most
decorated shirts, because
the decorated,
yeah.
yeah.
Decorated shirts, which are also characteristic for the Djézireh period.
If we looked here in this one, you can see in early Djézireh too, you have this one. I put it, this is
So
almost,
this is the 5 diagnostic
yeah,
types.
yeah.
It's 1, 2, and then you have on the
1,
right
2, 3.
3.
Then you have
It's
3.
difficult to
Because some,
exactly what is
as
only.
yeah, as you know, the ceramic, it start in one period and it continue. So there are a lot of the publication of Arcan is like that, and sometimes it's antagimi. That means we start a little bit at the beginning of the early Djézireh 5, but it's continue in early Djézireh 5. So there's the problem of the ceramic is very difficult. There's toujours a kind of fork. It starts in one period and it continue.
Yeah.
So to put it in one period, to say just early Djézireh 2 is difficult.
Yes, there's the problem with the continuation, is the problem with the transitional phases, especially
Yeah.
between the early Djézireh 2 and
For that reason, I said the account is difficult, is not precise really, because it's very difficult to say this is just early Djézireh 2, because I have between, even this one, it's early Djézireh 3A, it's not early Djézireh 3, it's just the beginning. Then early, but sometimes we can find something is very specific for this area, like this one, the jar with two, like this one, the opening. We can say this is specific for early Djézireh 3. We don't find it before, we don't find it after. The same thing for the lugs. This is for the cooking pot. Sometimes we can do that, sometimes it's impossible. We have to see, I try to make an Excel table to see which one I can account it twice. And I don't try to, yeah, I did it like that, yeah, I did it like that. I try to account to see if the same type, it represented in 2 periods, it should be in, I can put it in 1 period to just simplify it for today, but it's difficult. For later, it will be in another system. We have to say that it starts like that and it's continue until this period. Yeah. Thank you.
There's no problem. We should discuss it. I think that we should realize that the period between Djézireh 2 and 3,
Yeah.
generally,
Yeah.
is, in my opinion, the best documented period
Yeah.
in the North Djézireh.
Okay. Okay.
So there's a lot of publications, a lot of science, and also the organic project that studied in details
Yeah.
the secrets of the pottery in a lot of sites, and I think that it's more or less one of the few cases in which we can really establish a detailed sequence of fragments and potteries and ceramics.
Okay.
In a very, very small region. And I agree with Anya when she said that it's complicated to establish sequence and different periods only on the basis of very specific shirts, diagnostic shirts, or special potteries, you know? Because, for example,
Yeah.
in Park, and I think so also in Abi, we have a very, very long sequence of strata concentrated in a very short chronological period.
Okay.
So we can establish really a very, very detailed sequence of pottery in terms of simple work.
Yeah.
Only
Yeah.
shades.
No, for that
rings,
reason,
bases.
I said there's
And
there's
so
3.
I think that I know the difficulty that you have in comparing or put in relation materials coming from Syrie together with materials coming from Syrie.
Sometimes to compare together, you cannot see really the.
But anyway,
Yeah.
I think that you are lucky because there's a lot of potteries and sequences that you can use
Yeah.
to put shirts inside boxes. You know, because in Djézireh, in this period, we have a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, this is true. But there's another thing. Now I start, because Bertie, she did another thing also. She did another something for just for the decor. So now I start to make the decor with the database I did together to have something. So I start with it before, for this work, just for this work. And also I'm working for the photo, because she took a lot of photo, but we need to classify all the photo to also to make it with the battery, because sometimes we see better, especially for the, when we read the Arcan publication, we can see they speak about the color. So sometimes in Bertie, she didn't notice, she didn't put the color. So I have to, sometimes if I find the photo, it helps me a lot to say this the color, it was like that for this type. So the work is not finished. Yeah, the work is not finished for that reason. Elena.
So first of all, I wanted to congratulate you because I think you have progressed much from the first time we spoke.
Yeah.
So we have some good data for this survey now. And the second thing is, I don't want to anticipate our talk in the afternoon, but I think really, I agree with Stephanie that this is one of the best investigated areas.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we really reached somehow the limit of our possibilities with the, let's say, theoretical methods we are using to date surveys. So maybe the next step should be to start thinking about some more sophisticated approaches, like taking into account, let's say, probability that a shirt has to be in one period rather than another one. So something more, of course, this increases the uncertainty of the results.
Okay.
But one could try something with a more sophisticated statistical approach, because I think we have the data now for trying some, for imagining something more. But I don't want to anticipate what we will be saying in the afternoon.
As I said, I didn't finish it really yet. For that reason, I still have many things to do.
Yeah. So there are still things to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
done, even with this old material.
Yeah, I know. In fact, if you look at the table, you find something in red. That means not finished yet. I did it by color. So the one in black, that means it's finished. I'm sure about it. I don't want to come back to the one in red. I have to come back to check something. And every time there's notes, I try to write what I think about it. Why it's like that. But sometimes the paste is the same. It's not the same. Bertie, she said mineral. Sometime in the other, he said it's vegetal. But if you look at the time,
You have types that
you can find it in many,
in mineral,
that,
in vegetal, in
yeah,
mixed,
that we can see that sometimes that same type, it could be in vegetal, mineral, and mixed.
And then there were, I remember very well, variations, rather kind of bluish, very polished, more vegetable pepper in the east and different pepper on the west. I mean, really, there are maps, distribution maps that you can establish. So it doesn't mean that they are not contemporaneous. They can be, of course. And this is the difficulty.
I think that one of the challenges could be for the future to study the clay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I.
As Anya started to do.
Yeah.
So it
And her
can-
application, yeah. The last one, 2019, yeah.
Yeah, it can have, especially in the survey material, when we are dealing with not always with diagnostic pieces.
Yeah, like this.
Sometimes when you have a large collection of pottery, you can follow some relations between the types.
Yeah, and that piece, yeah.
Technology, the color is also one of the aspects of
Yeah.
technology. And the fabrics, I have some observation from the material that I did, that not only the morphological types, but also technology, which is neglected in the pottery studies, can help to attribute a specific material to a specific periods.
I worked a lot series of shirts with different shapes, open and closed, but they were all made the same way, the same kind of temper, the same kind of fabric, and surface treatment, etc. So I knew, all this has to be dated to the same period. And then, so for instance, for these double mouth jars, they all come together, I remember, with large open bowls with sometimes with plugs inside. For outside, and etc. And they are all bluish in color and mineral temper, and the handmade is not very smooth, etc. So I wanted to put it, all just a little before the middle of the third millennium. At that time, you were not yet excavated, but it was obvious. All this has to come together. And then for this yellowish mineral temper, very well done, most probably using a weird term already rapidly going on. And this is a very fantastic period. It's later, but obviously it is later. And it is distributed on another area, etc. You can really feel, you see all this. But at that time we didn't make, exact laboratory analysis of grades for each of these series, but we could. I don't know where all the shirts are now.
Yeah, this is another problem. I don't see the shirts. Yeah. I'm just working in the observation. No, yeah. And we try to, the problem, yeah. The problem also the photo, sometimes the quality is not like today. So it's very difficult really to observe many things. Yeah. But we will do with it.
Yeah, if you have this material.
Yeah. No, the material I think is difficult. Yeah. Especially in the situation now, the material we cannot find it because it's really divided between the Kurd and the Arab. So we asked the Kurd, the Arab, with the Arab, we asked the Arab, they told me with the Kurd, so I couldn't find where's the material.
Yeah, we were talking about the technology. There's also another point about the common and crossware.
Yeah, the cross.
Yeah. Because of course we find that is the most sensitive, the best chronological indicator. Yeah. But also the common and crossware, and again we have chronological observation. For example, I noticed about the common and crossware between the Djézireh 2 and Djézireh 3 that in this previous period there were more commonware in these big jars and bowls, and then in the Djézireh 3 we have the more crossware. Of course, there is now the 100% of the commonware in the Djézireh 3, and it is not quite sure, but it's a kind of observation that we have. There's a change in technology between the periods. Also in the common and crossware, not only the fine ware.
So I'm sorry, could you open your presentation?
Yeah.
Curiosity about the fragment of the Djézireh bichrome stand that you showed us.
Yeah, we don't agree.
It comes from Syrie.
I will find it.
Is it
this one?
the stand, the bichrome painted bichrome
This
stand?
one. Yeah.
Is it the only fragment that you have?
I have two. I have three.
Three?
Yeah. Yeah, I think 3 or 4 I have.
Yeah.
I just put one photo.
No, just
Yeah. No. No, it's very good. Even the photo is the quality.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we will listen to Anna. I'm sorry about your works at the Institute of Archaeology, Warsaw University, and her presentation today is the 3rd millennium pottery tradition in the Syrian Djézireh, a study from Tel Arbit.
Good morning. Hello, everyone again. Before I start, I must say that I would like to thank for this idea of meeting that is dedicated to the Syrian Djézireh and the possibility to revive the Syrian archaeology for just a moment. In this presentation, I would like to present pottery tradition in the Syrian Djézireh from the perspective of the site of Ta'abit. I'm not going to talk about the individual pottery types, but rather focus on the pottery development in the 3rd millennium BC, especially between the Early Djézireh II and Early Djézireh III periods. And I also would like to present some chronological observations and conclusions concerning these pottery traditions. And first, some basic information about the site itself and its occupation history. It is a general view of the site, exceptional photo because it was taken in the springtime, and we usually were working in the autumn time as the rest of the mission in the Syrian Djézireh. So that's why it is green with these fields with growing cereals in the foreground. Ta'abit is situated in the Syrian Djézireh in the upper Khabur river basin, in the area also known as the Khabur Triangle. You have already seen this map, and there's a lot of the 3rd millennium dated centers. So we have the neighbors of Ta'abit, such as the Brak, the Jagabasa, the Hamidiyya, Tel Bari. We're going to talk about Tel Bari or the Beita, as well as the Muhammadiyya, Tel Mozan. The site consists of the main tell and the smaller tells on the outskirts of the site, located mainly in the north and the western part. The main tell, with an area of about 12 hectares, rise to the height of about 30 meters above the surrounding terrain. And it consists of the upper city or citadel and the lower city. And taking into account all these components, it may have covered a total area of 40 hectares, including these small tells that we have from the western part. Ta'abit settlement was inhabited with no evident interruption throughout the entire Bronze Age, that is in the Djézireh 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods, alike as well as in the Khabur and Mitanni periods. And the latest traces of occupation go back to the Neo-Babylonian and Hellenistic periods. The area's occupation strata at Ta'abit are dated to the Ninevite 5 period, that is the Djézireh 1 and 2 periods. Evidence of an area history of the settlement is scant, with just several chalcolithic and half sherds recovered at the site. Settlement from these early periods has not been confirmed by excavations, perhaps a minor settlement from the Chalcolithic period, which may have existed a bit, was sealed up by the extensive Ninevite 5 settlement with a high accumulation of strata. Ta'abit had its most prosperous period in the Early Djézireh II and Early Djézireh III period, when it grew to be one of the most significant centers in the Upper Khabur region. Ninevite 5, especially Early Djézireh II period, was a particularly dynamic period in terms of growth and socio-economic development for Ta'abit. In the late Early Djézireh II period, the settlement experienced its greatest territorial growth. settlement from this period has been identified in almost all areas under excavations, both in the upper and in the lower city. In this period, that is in the late Ninevite V period, the settlement was already dominated by the citadel, which I showed you earlier, where the most important structures associated with administration or region may have been located. The remains from the early Djézireh II period include both the residential districts discovered, for example, in areas D and SD, and official or sacred buildings. And unique finds in this context is so-called Southern Temple, which was located in the southern part of the site. It is a monumental structure erected on the mud brick platform. In the early Djézireh III and early Djézireh IV periods, the top of the citadel was dominated by the monumental public building, which served as the main palace and administrative center. And this is the plan and the photos from the top of the citadel, where the public building was erected already in the early Djézireh III period. In the early Djézireh IV period, the settlement a bit decreased. The settlement decline continued in the post-Akkadian period, that is in the early Djézireh V period, although the place was still inhabited. And the changes which took place in this period are particularly evident on the citadel. In the last century of the 3rd millennium BC, after the public building had gone out of the years, the building character of the citadel changed completely. The vast rubbish dump covered a large section of the abandoned public building, and it was associated with the post-Akkadian and the Habu-Ware structures recognized at the top of the citadel. So it was a short occupation history of the site, and as to the pottery, I'm going to discuss pottery types and pottery development at Abid in the 3rd millennium BC from the perspective of Area D, which seems the most representative as to the pottery study in this period. Area D is located on the northwestern outskirts of the lower city. 4 phases have been identified in the Area D, so we have the phases from D to A according to the chronological sequence, and the phase D with the strata from 4 to 6 are dated to the late Ninevite period, which corresponds to the late early Djézireh II period in the periodization of the Syrian Djézireh. And the settlement from this period has been uncovered across the largest area. Over 600 square meters have been excavated. This is the plan of the dwelling quarter located in Area D, with regular spatial concept with the street running through the district and several houses which are spread on the both sides of the street, and some pictures showing how excellent some of the structures are preserved in this Area D. Phase C can be compared with the early part of the early Djézireh III period. Phase C can be considered transitional between phase D and B, based on the presence of pottery forms characteristic for phase D, which co-occur with forms that are typical for the early Djézireh III period. And there is this enable building continuity from phase D. The phase C houses were often built on the remains of the phase D houses, in some cases copying the layout. So in this transitional period, we have not only the continuity in the pottery tradition, but also we can see that the houses were built according to to the same concepts. And the phase B can be dated to the Djézireh 3A period, while phase A corresponds to the Djézireh 3B period in the periodization of the Syrian Djézireh. However, in area D, the pottery material from phase A is not very diagnostic and constitutes a small assemblage. This is mainly the pottery types coming from burials, which provide a terminus antiquem from this phase. And now I'm going to discuss the pottery types in phases that were distinguished from area D, and as well to discuss main trends and pottery types. And starting with phase D, which corresponds to the Djézireh late phase of the Djézireh II. The most diagnostic feature of this period is, of course, the late excise decoration, which can sometimes be found in combination with incised patterns. In this period, there are also morphological types, which can be found in both a decorated and undecorated version. And this is the list of the most diagnostic shapes that were distinguished for the late Djézireh II period. And starting with the first type, the deep round-sided bowls with pointed bases. And this is the largest category of fine-ware bowls we have from area D. This type of bowls constitute 51% of the fine-ware bowl assemblage. Carinated and round-sided bowls with beaded rims. This is another type. Also a popular group in phase D bowls, ranked second in terms of frequency after deep round-sided bowls with pointed bases. They constitute 30% of this fine-ware bowl assemblage. This is, I'm showing you undecorated form, but sometimes all these morphological types can be decorated. A small but diagnostic group is made up by the straight-sided bowls with inverted rims. This is a very special type of pottery which is elaborately made and elaborately decorated. It is often equipped with the vertical lugs. There are also the incisions below the base as well as the ring base and the rich decoration which covers the bowls. Carinated bowls of various types are also characteristic for phase D, and the carinated bowls make for 11% of the fine-ware bowls in phase D. Straight-sided bowls are evidently less numerous and constitute only 6% of phase D fine-ware bowls. Low and standard straight-sided bowls are the most typical for the late phase of the Djézireh II period. There are also some bowls with pedestal bases, which are very diagnostic but not represented in the great numbers. And there is also the telling lack of open round-sided bowls with rounded bases or hemispherical bowls, which will become a distinguishing form in phase B. So these were the fine-ware bowls, which are the most numerous and the most sensitive to change over time, so they can serve as the best chronological indicators. As to the fine-ware jars, the globular jars with inverted rims and short curved necks are the most characteristic and make up a large group. So this is this type of jar which is the best represented in the late Djézireh II period. There are also some examples of squat jars with vertical pierced lugs, as well as spouted jars. But these two last forms are not so numerous in the fineware jar assemblage. The most diagnostic group among fineware jars are squat jars with ledge rims with ellipsoid-like bodies. They are usually undecorated, but we have also some examples which were covered with a simple kind of incised decoration. The late Djézireh II period sees for the first time the pottery traditions and pottery types which will be more popular in subsequent periods. And these new pottery traditions and types which appear in the context of the late Ninevite V pottery include metallic ware and straight-sided bowls, and these forms are not found in great numbers in phase D. Phase D metallic ware in small quantities is found in all of the phase D layers in area D. In phase D, metallic ware are represented by dark gray. Again, the color matters, especially when we are talking about the metallic ware. So here we have the dark gray low round-sided bowls with flat beaded rims. This airy type, as well as we have a dark gray or orange gray high straight-sided beakers with corrugated walls, and these two airy finds are found together with the late excised Ninevite V pottery, and attest that these two types of pottery group were contemporary. Well, we have already discussed the problem that the fineware vessels are the best chronological indicators, but don't forget about the common and coarse wares. I'm going to show you some common coarse jars and bowls from the phase D, and to trace how they changed over time, especially between the Djézireh II and Djézireh III periods. As to the phase D, the common and coarse jars are characterized by slight diversification in terms of morphology, because we have only one type that is represented, a jar with short curved necks, and it's the same type, but the only difference is the fact that this type of jar appears with a less or more restricted orifice. So it is the only difference, and these two variants with a less or more restricted orifice is of course related to the function the jar served, whether the liquid or the other products were stored inside the jar and how long these products were stored. So these were the common coarse jars from phase D, and among the phase D common and coarse bowls, the most widespread are open and vertical bowls, which can be oval, which is quite a popular form from phase D, or rounded in shape, with an anterior single crescent lug. This is the only one lug which is applied from the inside of the vessel just below the rim. Well, I already mentioned that a major indicator of the late Djézireh II period is the excised and incised decoration, and now a few comments on how this pattern has evolved in area D pottery assemblage. The step pattern and panel motif are the most common motifs in the repertoire of the area D late excised Ninevite V pottery. Chronologically, the step pattern is associated with the late Djézireh II and early part of the Djézireh 3A periods, and geographically with the Khabur region, which most probably is this motif's place of origin. A few examples can be also found in northern Iraq, in the Mosul, and in the south eastern part of Turkey. And compared to the panel motif, the step pattern is not known from the area Ninevite 5 phases, which may be evidence of its later origin. In turn, panel motif is known from the area Ninevite 5 pottery phase with incise and excise decoration that is from the area part of the Djézireh II period. In the repertoire of the late Djézireh II pottery, the step pattern persisted longer in comparison with the panel motif. In area D, the step pattern is known from phases from D to B, whereas the panel motif is found only in phase D, that is in the late part of the Djézireh II period. Some area D forms are less common in the repertoire of the late Ninevite 5 pottery and seem to be distinctive for Ta'abit and a few sites in the Khabur River basin, and they include so-called aero-fenestrated pot stands, which are sporadically found at other sites. So I was able to find only 2 other sites where this kind of fenestrated pot stands also known, that is Tel Brak and Tel Hamidieh. At Tel Arbit, especially in area D, these pot stands make up a popular group. These pot stands are distinguished by a presence of cut-out windows, which form a characteristic motif resembling an arrow. Arrow-fenestrated pot stands are diagnostic for phase D, that is for the late Djézireh II period, with some single fragments which are also known from phase C. And due to this limited chronological horizon of this type of pot stands, we can see arrow-fenestrated pot stands next to the late excise decoration as the one of the characteristic feature of the late Ninevite 5 pottery. And the Djézireh burnished, which is also characteristic for the area D in the late Djézireh II period. These vessels are distinct for the carefully burnished surfaces. Apart from Ta'abit, Djézireh burnished vessels are known only from several sites in Upper Khabur, including Tel Leilan, of course, Tel Bari. I remember when we were working in Syria, Tel Aviv, Stefano, which is present today, came to visit us, and she brought with him a collection of entirely new types of pottery, which was later labeled the Djézireh burnished ware. And at the period when we met at Ta'abit, that we have the same kind of pottery, but it's a rarity in the Khabur region. Djézireh burnished ware is represented by various vessel forms. So we have the bowls, we have the jars, and we have the pot stands. 3 main morphological types can be distinguished among both. So we have the gray carinated, dark gray carinated bowls with averted rims. We have the orange and gray carinated bowls with rigid profile, as well as the round-sided bowls with rounded rims. In each type, what is interesting, because this pottery was laboratory tested, we are going to answer the question whether this pottery, which doesn't look local. I mean, it doesn't look as the Syrian Djézireh production. Was the local production or it was the imports from the outside? And it appeared that it is this vessel was made from the local clay. And what is interesting, in each type of these three individual bow types, one can notice both a technological diversity associated mainly with firing and a material diversity, which was associated with the use of various clay deposits. Well, it is the example of this, one of these Djézireh bow with rigid profile, and this one is exceptional because it was additionally decorated with clay petals that were applied just below the rim. Grey burnished carinated bows are distinguished by a dark grey surface and a very thin dark grey layer just beneath the surface, while the color is orange or brown. And again, the laboratory test revealed that this dark grey surface is not the intentionally applied slip layer, but it's the result of firing, a specific firing which is called smudging. And smudging is a specific type of firing observed in the Tel Aviv pottery from various periods, not only in the 3rd millennium BC, only in the Djézireh burnished work. So it is the other aspect that testifies to the very foreign tradition of this pottery group production. The bows are the best representative on Djézireh burnished vessels, but we have also the fenestrated pot stands, also covered with these burnished dark grey or brownish surfaces. Some of them were additionally decorated with incisions filled with white paste. These aero-fenestrated Djézireh burnished are very interesting because they are the evidence of so-called cross-pottery connections. So here we have the combination of the local and foreign features. This cutout windows, which are very specific, are of the local tradition, that is of the late Ninevite 5 tradition, while the surface treatment, that is this burnished dark grey surface, which is the result of the smudging and this decoration, which also use this incrustation with the white paste, is of the foreign tradition. The Djézireh burnished were present at Tel Aviv and several Djézireh sites, including Tabari, can be considered the result of cross-cultural contacts which existed between the upper Euphrates and Tigris and the Khabur River basin in the late Ninevite 5 period. Both in terms of forms and technology, Djézireh burnished were displays relationships with so-called arid Transcaucasian or career axis were. There is some forms with similar, of course it's not one-to-one, but there is some kind of inspiration, including the characteristic burnishing and white inlays. And now we are moving to the phase C, which is very specific phase because I was able to discern this transitional phase, which shows very clearly that it is transitional, how much it is transitional in nature between the early Djézireh 2 and early Djézireh 3 period. In phase C, there is still a presence of many pottery forms, so that's the problem we discussed earlier, characteristic for late excised Ninevite 5 pottery, which concur with the forms which are already characteristic for phase B, that is for the early Djézireh 3 period. In phase C, there are still vessels with, that's another problem. In phase 3, that is in the very beginning of the early Djézireh 3 period, there are still vessels with excised decoration, although the quantities on the decrease. Deep round-sided balls with pointed bases are the common phase C, like in phase D, they are the most popular category of fine ware balls. So based on this very distinct form, because of the type of the base, it is difficult to distinguish between the end of the Djézireh 2 and the beginning of the Djézireh 3. So probably it is not so clear division between these two periods. This deep round-sided balls with pointed bases constitute 46% of the whole fine ware assemblage. It has been observed also that at other sites this kind of ball still occur, especially in the eastern part of the Djézireh, in the early part of the Djézireh 3 period. An important phenomenon is an increase in phase C of a number of forms which occurred sporadically in phase D and which will become popular in phase B. And this observation concerns metallic ware, which is small in number, and straight-sided balls, which are one of the most popular forms. Here they constitute 39% of fine ware balls in phase C. So on this chart we can see clearly the difference between the phase D and the phase C as to the straight-sided balls, which constituted only 6% in the late Djézireh 2 period, and here we have nearly 40% of this type of balls. Well, we have Djézireh bichrome, which occurs only in phase C. Unfortunately, we have only this small fragment from area D. From the other areas that are, we have more examples of the but they are precisely dated. So this one is dated to the early phase of the Djézireh 3A period. At the phase C, that is the very beginning of the Djézireh 3 period, has the first instances of the forms which will be characteristic for the Djézireh 3 period, and they include a few fragments of open round-sided balls with rounded bases, which were lacking from the late Djézireh 2 period. Phase C sees the disappearance of the pottery forms that are diagnostic for late Djézireh 2 period, such as round-sided incarnated balls with beaded rims, which were the second ranked category among fine ware balls in phase D. And here we have no examples of this type of balls. And there are practically no carinated balls in phase C. So this is the other observation. And now the phase B, which can be compared to the phase of Djézireh 3, that's Djézireh 3A period. And in this period, pottery sees the clear trend towards standardization, mass production. So vessel decoration disappears, and the several fragments of vessels decorated with the latex-sized motifs that were recorded in this phase B may be considered residual of the last survivals from the previous period, not original made in the phase B. Apart from these few examples of the latex-sized shards, no other examples of decorated vessels have been recorded in area D. Regardless of the certain degree of continuity with the late Djézireh 2, the Djézireh 3 period is characterized by the emergence of many new morphological types in pottery. Open round-sided bowls with rounded bases are the most diagnostic pottery type for phase B. In area D, they are the most numerously represented form of fine ware bowls. They constitute 48%. And the bows with straight-sided walls are another and well-attested phase B pottery types. They constitute over 40% of fineware bowls. Metallic ware is characteristic for phase B, and the phase B has yielded the largest quantity of metallic ware from area D, while the bowls and beakers were more popular in the area phase. Here we have the wide neck globular jars with outside folded rims, while the beakers, which emerged in the late Novite 2 periods, are also present in phase B. As to the canonicals vessels, I'm going to discuss this category for both phase A and B because they are represented by the same types. And for these phases, we have several types of common and coarseware jars. For example, we have jars with rigid flaring rims, which are the most characteristic form. Wide mouth jars are also diagnostic for phase A and B, although this type of jars becomes more popular in the Djézireh 4 and 5 periods. As well, we have the jars with wide banded rims, which seem characteristic for the phase B. And we have the 3 types of large bowls of common and coarseware, which are represented in phase B and A. We have the straight-sided bowls with outturned rims, as well as the open low bowls with horizontal lugs that are applied from the inside of the vessel. And the third category is the open bowls with exterior horizontal lugs. And the phase A, which can be compared to the Djézireh 3B period. And here I need to stress that not many phase A pottery forms comes from area D, and these forms we have also diagnostic for the Djézireh 4 period. Straight-sided bowls, which constitute 80% of fineware bowls, are characteristic for phase A. High straight-sided bowls are the most diagnostic for phase A, and they include the bowl with a disc base as well as the bowl with a verted beaded rim. Phase A also yielded the straight-sided bowls, which are also standard and low. And this phase also includes open round-sided bowls with rounded bases. Many of the pottery vessels from phase A revealed string cut bases which are missing from the previous phases and which attest to this mass production of pottery using the fast wheel. And fineware jars, which are distinct for phase A. Here we have a small squat jars with narrow, short necks, and we have a small bottles with short, narrow necks, which resemble Syrian bottles. In area D, both forms occur in different ways. So not only in the fineware, but also in the North Mesopotamian grey ware. This is the example of this kind of the jar or bottle with the dark grey burnished surface, as well as we have a version of the Euphrates banded ware. This category we have from area D, distinct for the red burnished surfaces. Jars with globular bodies and high flaring necks are also diagnostic for the phase A. And the last point of my presentation concerns the chronological observation in pottery development. So we are going to look at these pottery types through the phases. And the distinguished area D phases covering the period from the late Djézireh II until the end of the Djézireh III period. Certain pottery development trends can be recognized pertaining to its morphological features. Both continuity and change is visible between consecutive phases, and the changes are not sharp but quantitative in nature and are associated with an increase or decrease in the popularity of certain pottery forms. So it is important to stress here that not only a presence of the specific pottery type, but also a number of the pottery type, that is a statistical analysis, matters in the discussion of the pottery development. Despite the general changes in pottery development between Djézireh II and Djézireh III periods, it can be observed that the transition between these periods is not clearly cut. And the changes in pottery between late Ninevite V and immediately post Ninevite V periods pertain mainly to the disappearance of incised and excised decoration. And the continuation between late Djézireh II period and the beginning of the Djézireh III period is visible through several forms in the pottery repertoire. So this includes deep round-sided bowls with pointed bases, which are characteristic both for phase D and phase C. So they are still present in the beginning of the Djézireh III period. However, they have not been recorded in phase B, and the continuity between the late Djézireh II and Djézireh III periods is also evidenced by the fact that some wares and pottery types, which are characteristic for the Djézireh III period, such as metallic ware or striped-sided bowls, emerged already in the late phase of the Djézireh II period. Also, in functional potteries, such as common and coarse wares, a continuity can be observed between especially phase D and the phase C, that is, between the late Djézireh II and the earlier phase of the Djézireh III period. Phases D and C are distinguished by the presence of the same types of common and coarse ware bowls. So we have these open or vertical bowls, which I showed you before. As well in the jars, we have also the same type of jars that are represented in both phases. And yet another pottery group, that is the kitchenware, which I didn't mention yet, and which has also chronological value, especially when we are discussing the Djézireh II and Djézireh III periods. In the area D, kitchenware assemblage, we can observe chronological changes in both form and technology, and these changes are especially visible between phase D and phases from A to C. In phase D, that is late phase of the Djézireh II period, is dominated by whole mouth pots with both crescent and horizontal lugs. They constitute 85% of the whole kitchenware assemblage, whereas jars constitute only 15% of the kitchenware. Phases from A to C, in turn, have yielded no examples of whole mouth pots. So only the jars with short curved necks have been attested. In time, it is another observation, crescent larks begin to disappear with triangular larks at the rim or horizontal larks becoming more popular. Not only shapes, but also a technology of kitchenware production changed over time, that is between the late Djézireh II and the later periods. In late Djézireh II period in area D, kitchenware manufacture, chaff temper was used most frequently, whereas in the later periods, it is from A to C, kitchenware belongs to the group with mica and mineral temper, and the groups with mica is the most popular. The presence of mica in the kitchenware in both phases, that is in the phase D and in the phases from A to C, may be related to the use of the same sources of clay for vessel manufacture, because the mica was probably originally present in the clay, it was not additionally added as a temper to the clay. Whereas the chaff temper seems characteristic for late Djézireh II period and generally from the Ninevite 5 kitchenware, a significant quantity of mineral temper will become more popular for post-Ninevite 5 cooking pots. For example, lime and basalt are found in the Djézireh 3 and 4 cooking pots in the Djézireh region. The transition now from phase B to phase A is characterized by a high degree of continuity. However, certain general trends and features which distinguish both periods can be indicated. For example, in phase B, bows with rounded profiles are the most common. In phase A, bows with striped walls become more numerous. Round-sided bows in phase B constitute nearly 60% of fineware bows, and straight-sided bows 43%. And in phase A, in turn, so we have a straight-sided bows, which are the most numerous. They make up 80% of the bow assemblage, while the round-sided bows are less represented. And there are no fundamental differences in the types of common and coarse-ware bows and jars between phase A and B. Both in phase A and B, we have the same pottery types. Between the Djézireh II and Djézireh III periods, changes associated with the profile shape can be observed in fineware bows. In area D, late Djézireh II period, round-sided bows are the most numerous. So we can see here that they constitute 80% of the whole fineware bow assemblage. Carinated bows constitute only 14%, while the straight-sided bows are the least numerous. This is only 6% of the straight-sided bows represented in phase D. While rounded and carinated profiles are characteristic for the phase D, in phases from A to C, rounded and straight profiles are the most numerous. In area D, in the post-Ninevite 5 layers, no bows with carinated profiles have been recorded. Generally, as regards the profile shape, carinated forms disappear during the late Ninevite 5 phase, making room for round-sided and straight-sided forms. And the carinated bows are characteristic for all the Ninevite 5 phases, and compared to the earlier phases of Ninevite 5 pottery development, in late phase of Nineveh 5 pottery tradition, a significant drop in the number of carinated bowls can be observed. And moreover, there are fewer forms with sharp carination. However, the number of round-sided bowls increases in late Djézireh II period, and deep round-sided bowls with pointed bases can be considered the final product of the evolution of the carinated bowls. In the overall fine wire bowls trends, a development from closed or vertical bowls, which are represented by the round-sided and carinated bowls, characteristic for phase D, to open bowls, predominant in phases A and B, can be also noticed. Strike-sided bowls are known from all phases, distinguished in area D, that is from phases D to phase B, so that's why they are not so good chronological indicator. Certain changes in the morphology of the fine wire jars can be also observed between the late Ninevite 5 and the Djézireh 3 periods. The late Djézireh 2 pottery features squat jars, predominantly with short curved necks and globular bodies. For the earlier periods, we have more squat jars. Spouted jars have a longer tradition, as we can see also on this chart, so they're represented in all phases, as well as the bowls with pedestal bases. Compared to the earlier Ninevite 5 pottery development phases, in the late Ninevite 5 phase, the quantity of decorated vessel is smaller, with the repertoire of motifs sparser and more simplified, and decoration disappears almost completely by the end of the Ninevite 5 period. And the assemblage of fine bowls from the late Djézireh II period in area D, such as deep round-sided bowls with pointed bases, or round-sided and carinated bowls with beaded rims, decorated vessels constitute only 6%. So it is really a low number compared to the earlier phases of Nineveh 5 pottery. A turn towards standardization and mass production, which is visible in the late Djézireh II period, seems to be connected with the both political and social and economic changes in the Djézireh region, which is sometimes described as the re-urbanization. And in the period of the late Djézireh II, new settlements spring up in the entire Khabur region, with the largest sites growing significantly in terms. I mentioned before in the introduction that the late Djézireh II period was the most dynamic period for the Abid, and this period the site reached its maximum size. The pottery development trends we observed in the late phase of the Djézireh II period can be considered the beginning of changes in pottery production, which will become more prominent in the Djézireh region in the second half of the third millennium, that is in the Djézireh 3 and 4 periods. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that. I have a question.
Oh, of course.
As we see that the same type sometimes we can see it in two periods. So when you did that count, how many?
Which one? This chart with the
last, I think the last, yes.
this one?
Yeah.
Okay. This one you can see the symbol in phase D and phase C. And the chronology is the same because it's late Djézireh 2, Djézireh 3 at the beginning.
Yeah, so I decided when I was working with the material from Ta'abid, where this periods, that is the late Djézireh 2 and Djézireh 3, is really well represented with a large collection of pottery. I decided to discern this very transitional phase of the Djézireh 3A. So that's why you have this phase C. Because of some presence of some pottery types, and especially based on the number of some pottery types. So it is the base on which I relied in distinguishing this phase C. So there are some features that sometimes which are characteristic for this phase, but mostly it is the frequency of some pottery types which allowed me to discern this phase. I think this late Djézireh 2 period is also in some kind of transitional period. Transitional. We are looking today at the pottery, but also in what we can observe in the development of the sites. This process of the growing of the sites in the Syrian Djézireh started already in the late Djézireh 2 period, and we can observe this process also in the pottery production.
Short comment and then a question. Further the questions, Anya. How many fragments did you analyze for the area D?
From the area D, well,
so you show us the presentation.
Yes.
How many fragments?
Well, so it was, when I remember, it was over 10,000 of pottery shards. Diagnostic.
For the whole 3 million, or for just these?
It's for, this were the material which are represented from the, starting from the late Djézireh 2 till the Djézireh 4 period. But these later periods are most represented from the inventories from the graves, so they're not well represented. So most of this was the material dated from the late Djézireh 2 to Djézireh 3 periods.
So phase B to D?
Yes.
10,000.
How is that? Really congratulations, because you did a very good job through there. But to give you some references almost key. For example, we have in Bali, in a close context, grave, for example, together with the types that you show in the phase C, for example, in Bali we have a grave, so in a close context, the type FJ4, together with the others of the phase G, for example, it's in your phase D.
Yes.
In Bali we have the FJ4 also in your phase C, and also the type FB2 in the phase C, because it's in a great good context. So it's just to underline another time that
Yeah, I think it depends on.
It depends on the context of it.
Depends on the burials are very specific context.
Yeah.
And before the grave goods found their destination, the grave, they can survive for many years, a long time before they were deposited into the grave. Okay, so they might have been produced much earlier before they were deposited into the grave. So the burials are very specific context, but I agree that when we look at the other sites, this chart could be different. So we need to compare the different sites to obtain the general perspective of how the pottery evolved in this specific, this very dynamic and a very transitional period.
And so also I think it's really subjective to consider a period as transition. Now, to what or from when? So, it's transition between what? This is quite interesting to understand, you know, because now we are speaking really about details, because the study of pottery in Djézireh 30 years ago was completely another field.
Everywhere like Iraq, working Iraq.
And this is the challenge, I think, and so I'm waiting for the presentation of Elena and Karen, because I hope that they will give us more details about the ongoing research there, because it's really a field of comparison.
Just an observation that in fact what Stefano said reinforces your idea that phase C is somehow, at this site, is somehow transitional, because there are other, there could be other types common with the phase D that you miss just because you were excavating in one house instead of one grave. So the whole thing still holds true that, for instance, for survey, you could rather well distinguish the two phases, and in some sites you will have also a transition, a layer which belongs to this transition. So it is, we are speaking about different, let's say, scale. So on site we can have a layer which has a very precise date in between the two phases, and this we cannot reach this for.
I understand that this phase C can be controversial when we try to apply it, working with the survey pottery material or when applying to the other sites. But this is specific from this individual area, and what is more, this phase C is based not only on the pottery development but also on the stratigraphy. So we have some the architecture and stratigraphical observations showing that we can discern this additional specific phase, which is here the phase C. But I understand that it is of last years when we are talking about other sites.
Yeah, but this is just from the area D. So how much area D for the
the whole?
Yeah.
So the material from the other areas is, now it's not published yet, so we are working with this material. But well, so besides the specific types I discuss, I mean the fenestrated pot stands or Djézireh burnished well, which are the best represented in area D for some reasons. Generally, the pottery types are in line with what we have in other areas. Except also from the fact that while in the area D, the area phases of the Djézireh II period are missing, we have some shards and some strata representing the area phase of Djézireh II period in other areas that are a bit.
So, it's really a pleasure for me to be here in this room, because it's dedicated to Giorgio Vasari, that was born in Arezzo, and so because I live near Arezzo, it's really a pleasure to be here. And I would like to thank Southside for the invitation, and many thanks are particularly helpful for at least two reasons. The first reason is that this meeting somehow allowed me to return home, my second home. Because I worked there in Syria
for more than 15 years, so I haven't been back to Syria and Tel Bari since 2006, and it's too many times. But anyway, we all know what happened to this country. However, my study on the ceramics of the third millennium pottery of Bari continued for many years after 2006, and I published several preliminary contributions, not only and not so much on ceramic, but also on the architecture of the sacred area, which I excavated between 2000 and 2005. In the unfortunate circumstances of the pandemic, I resumed the idea of proceeding with the final publication of the sacred area that I excavated there, including most of the materials, pottery also, and glyptics. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to complete this enterprise yet, but I have managed to do one thing. I have concluded at least the part relating to the architecture and ceramics, hence here the catchy title of my presentation. So I had the opportunity to reconsider the materials. So this workshop for right some point and allow me to discuss with you at least the part relating to the pottery that I'm going to present. I was saying go back home. The other reason why I would like to thank Susan is that in addition to the topic of the workshop, she has allowed me to return to hang out with the people I have known for a long time in Syria, in different circumstances, that are part of the extended family of scholars who have dealt with Djézireh. I don't know if Bertille remember, but we met in Kamishli, it was 1930, and it was exactly inside the hangar that you showed us before, in the Schlumberger hangar, in which I had the opportunity to look at the pottery that you collected during the survey. And I remember exactly what I thought about when I was in front of these tons of pottery, and now I know exactly the weight, 15 tons that you. And I thought, what I have to do in my life as archaeologist? Have I to study these tons of shards? It was incredible. But anyway, at the end, it was because I started exactly in a few years to study pottery, and so I continue to study pottery till now. Anyway, you all probably know the position of Tel Bari in Djézireh. Here you can see on the map. The project started in 1980 and was one of the longest lived in Syrian Djézireh. Here you can see a satellite view of the site and a topographic map with all the areas excavated until 2006. Until the mid-90s, when the great discoveries arrived at Tel Bari, the Tukulti Ninurta, the second palace, the Adad Nirari, the third palace, the sacred area that I excavated. Well, until the mid-90s, few structures of the ancient town had been excavated at Bari. So the study concentrated almost entirely on ceramics, which instead was abundant. Pecorella and his team had developed a very complex and effective code for the description and typology of ceramics. Everyone in Djézireh knows as Cocciari, that is a nickname in Italian for people that study only pottery and fragments and shards of pottery. You have also sure in mind the impressive image of the excavation trench in the area G, a practically uninterrupted stratigraphy that goes from the early Djézireh II period up to the Hellenistic period. Here you can see a schematic sequence of the occupation of the Bari site, and in particular of the area G. So you can see here on this stripe all the levels excavated in the area G from the early Djézireh now to period till the Hellenistic period. But today I will focus almost exclusively on the ceramics of the early Djézireh 2, 3b period, coming from the sacred area, but I would like to start from the immediately preceding periods, which are still attested in Tel Barri, not in the area G, but in the area B. Here you can see, this is a photo of the 80s of the area B that is located here on the opposite side of the area G, where I excavated. In 2006, we decided to restart the excavation in the area B, and I excavated there only for 1 year because we had the idea to connect the sequences of both the area B and area G, but unfortunately now the material is unpublished. Following the phase ceramic assemblages established by Elena for the Arcania project, the area B of Bari shows a stratified material belonging also to the early Djézireh 0, which in Djézireh find comparison mostly in the primary context only at Brak. I selected only the most representative types of this horizon. The coarse cookingware, like this, the ribbed cups, like this, all the carinated bowls with incised decoration, like this, and also some other particular shapes, like these small jars with lugs, and these other sinuous side bowl. The ceramic assemblage of the subsequent phase, still attested at Bari only in the area B, is characterized by obviously the presence of the painted and early excised Ninevite ware. Here some fragments of this horizon, early excised, painted, other types of cooking pots like this, and also these pedestal bases that are quite typical of this horizon. Starting from the following period, the early Djézireh 2, the area B sequence is connected with that of the area G, and it is on this specific period that I will focus my attention now. But what happens in Bari in this period? The complex, the Bari settlement probably expand from the west to the south, east slope, and here in the area G, a sacred area was built ex novo, above the virgin soil, in a sector that was previously not inhabited. Only very few information about the sacred area. The complex was constituted by 2 buildings, both interpreted as temples, a single shrine, the small one, with a kitchen, the so-called sacristy associated, a multi-room complex, this one, together inside a huge open space that we call it temenos, and also with another building interpreted as a storage room. Both were probably, this room were probably silos. The area was abandoned in the early Djézireh 3A, so in the immediately post-Ninevite 5 period, corresponding with this stratum 39 on the left side, this one, and the open space corresponding to the old temenos remained not built. 3 tombs were excavated outside the buildings here. Finally, in the stratum 38 on the right, dated back to the early Djézireh 3B period, the settlement in this area was completely rebuilt, and you can see the changements on the map. But today, considering the topic of the workshop, I will focus only on the pottery. The very cool numbers. For the area G, only for the area G, between the early Djézireh 2 and 3B period, a total amount of 8,830 diagnostic sherds was considered in my study. Each of the diagnostic sherd was described following the Tel-Barri coding system for pottery description, and in the catalog, each sherd is associated with a record, an alphanumeric string, in which are indicated excavation number, stratum, wear, shape, diameter, color, clay and temper composition, inclusions, file technology, surface treatment, decoration. The resulting type from the combination of the characteristics listed above constitute the words, a pottery group with equal, homogeneous attributes. You all probably know the problems that we have in defining words when we study pottery, but this is not the topic. Could be a good topic for a discussion in a workshop. Anyway, I will simply summarize you that for this ceramic sequence, I identified 9 different words. Word 26, the Ninevite incised or excised. Here we will not refer to sensu lato of Ninevite-fied ceramics, but in stricto sensu, only to the shape sherds having an incised and or excised decoration. 27 is the metallic ware. These were corresponding with the so-called by Fall, Porter, and Proust, North Mesopotamia metallic ware. And considering that at Tel-Barri no chemical analysis were made on pottery, the attribution of vessels and fragments to this ware was based only on the autoptical observation of the recordings. 29 is the Djézireh bichrome ware. This ware is attested only in one type of vessel, this flared body stand with an orange, red and black fugitive painted decoration that cover all the external surface. I would note that the term fugitive already been adopted for the decoration of the scarlet ware, for example, indicates a pigment which can be removed with the fingers. So if you wash this kind of fragments, probably at the end you can have a plain shirt. 42 is the Djézireh gray ware, as defined by Proust first in 2000, after this term has been replaced with North Mesopotamian gray ware in the publication of Fall, Porter, and Proust in 2014. At Barri, the metallic ware can be distinguished from gray ware because, for example, the first is much poorer and harder than the second. The 48 is the Djézireh varnished ware. For this, I suggested at the beginning a possible foreign Eastern Anatolian or Transcaucasian origin, but Anna, as demonstrated by with the analysis of the fragments for Arbit, demonstrated that probably, for sure, at least in Arbit, the pottery is locally made. So Anna destroyed completely my first hypothesis. Anyway, it's a good point of discussion. At Barri, I divided this pottery in 2 types. Type A is characterized by a compact fabric made by sand with rare mineral inclusions. Vessels are well made, or at least finished with a well and medium hard filing. The surface, inner and outer, on the open shapes, only on the outer, obviously in the closed shapes, is homogeneously varnished. The most frequent open shapes are deep bowls with rounded body and bowls with convex upper wall, while the closed shapes are mostly small jars with globular body. Type A is attested in a wide range of colors, as you can see on the slide, buff tending to yellow, to red, to orange, to gray. In comparison with type A, type B is characterized by a less compact and less depurated fabric made by sand with mineral and chaff inclusions. Vessels were fired at medium-low temperature and probably made on a tournette or slow wheel. The inner and outer surface is homogeneously varnished and gray, grayish, brown, or blackish in color. Type B seem attested only in one shape, this one, the carinated bowl, with rounded body and small flattened base. The ware 60 is the so-called fine ware. Fabric is composed by depurated sand with scarce mineral inclusions, mostly lime. The prevailing colors are buff tending to yellow and green, and more rarely buff tending to pink or orange. This ware was made on a fast wheel and normally high-fired, and is attested in a large repertoire of small bowls and small jars. Ware 61 is the common or simple ware. The fabric of this ware is made by sand with mineral and chaff inclusions present in significant quantity. As regards the colors, these are limited to the buff tending to yellow and yellow tending to green. More rarely, in the open shapes especially, is attested also the buff tending to pink or orange. The large majority of the vessels, both open and closed shapes, seems to have been made using the technique of coiling or by a composite method, first by hand and after on a wheel. The most attested shape is the jar with the short neck. In addition, bowls of medium size and basins are attested. 62 is the coarse, very coarse ware. The fabric is made by sand with a large quantity of chaff, normally mixed with mineral inclusions. The surface is often porous. Fracture is generally blackish, and this sandwich coloring indicates that these vessels were fired at low temperatures. The most frequent shapes are big jars, pitoi, and large basins, realized using the technique of coiling, or ruggedly smoothed by hand. Traces of a mat, like in this case, which was properly placed above the work surface, are often visible on the basis. Finally, the ware 63 is the kitchenware. The cooking pot is the most diagnostic shape. Intact vessels, I should underline, have not been found. A large basal surface, sometimes with fingernails impressions, and a restricted mouth, often less than 20 centimeters, characterize this kind of shape probably to increase the efficiency of the containers during the use. Two types, A and B, have been identified. Type A on the slide is represented by the all-mouth pot with globular or squat-shaped body and simple rim, buff tending to orange or light brown in color. Horizontal or slightly arched lugs are placed in the upper part of the wall. In type A, the type A pots were fired at a low temperature and presents abundant mineral inclusions. Type B is less frequent and apparently coarser. The fabric is more compact than in the case of the type A. Vessels were fired at a low temperature and the surface is not homogeneously varnished as in the case of the type A. As regards the colors, the outer surface is frequently brown or buff tending to dark brown, sometimes orange. Type B is attested only on jar with short curved neck, globular body, and triangular legs on the rim. I divided the ceramic sequence by periods. Each period includes different phases, and this includes strata. Each stratum corresponds to a planimetric evolution of the settlement. And so here you can see the sequence in detail, and coming back what we discussed before, we have a very, very detailed sequence of strata in a very, very short period. Considering the context and the time available now, rather than dwelling on the details, I believe it is more useful to present you here the macroscopic evolutionary trends of the ceramic horizon in the medium term, so between the early Djézireh and the 2 and the early Djézireh 3B period. The area G sequence of barley can be considered for its homogeneity and continuity as an important point of reference in the analysis of the Djézireh pottery during this period, together with the site of Arbil that seems really a twin site of body. For quantitative reason, number of fragments and continuity of attestation, the presence in all the periods analyzed, it is in defined, common, and kitchen words that is possible to follow in more details the diachronic evolution of the ceramic sequence, with particular attention to the typology of the shapes. Considering the typology of the shapes, for example, in the fine ware we can highlight that the truncated conical shallow balls with flat or slightly convex base, well attested since the early Djézireh II period, tend to evolve in the later early Djézireh 3B period into two different types, the bell-shaped balls and the deep conical balls with a flat base on the right here on the slide. Also, the pointed caps evolves from the deep type with high convex wall that characterized the early Djézireh II period to the less deep variant characteristic of the passage between the early Djézireh II and the early Djézireh 3A period. Pointed cap are not attested, at least it seems not attested, in the early Djézireh 3B period. The so-called shy caps and the biconical flattened small jars seem distinctive for the early Djézireh II period. With regards to the closed shapes, it is possible to note that squat jars with ledge rims are a fossil type of the early Djézireh II period. Starting from the transition to 3A, the small jars show the tendency to elongate bodies from squatted into globular and ovoid. As regards the bases, the mini flat base is common in the shy caps and balls of the early Djézireh II period. The pointed bases, characteristic of the pointed caps since the early Djézireh II, seems to decrease drastically in the early Djézireh 3A period. Pedestal bases, diagnostic of the late early Djézireh II, seem to disappear at the beginning of the early Djézireh 3B. The string cut bases on the right that seem a strong indicator of the increase of the standardization of the production seem attested only mainly in the early Djézireh 3B. Compared with the fine ware, the evolutionary trends of the common ware are less accentuated, especially during the early Djézireh II. Large basins, attested since the early Djézireh II, spread in the later early Djézireh 3A and B. This evident typological continuity is also visible in medium and large jars up to the early Djézireh 3A period, when the repertoire of shapes and rims starts to change to be radically renewed in the early Djézireh 3B. when globular bodies are less attested and replaced progressively by ovoid bodies with large mouth. Jars have standardized size and present new variants of ring. Often the inner part of the mouth presents a concave profile with a groove. Here you can see. Probably this kind of characteristic is for housing a lid, or more probably functional to the methods of storage of these containers. As regards the kitchenware, both type A, the all-mouth pot with horizontal or slightly arched lugs, and type B, the jar with short carved neck and triangular lugs on the rim, are attested also together up to the early Djézireh 3A period. But starting from this period, type A strongly decreases to disappear in the subsequent period, early Djézireh 3B, where only type B is attested. Here you can see the sequence. The typology of the lugs seems to have a chronological development. In the type A, the horizontal or slightly arched lugs, only slightly thickened, seems more frequent in the early Djézireh 2. Instead, the triangular lug on the type B spreads in the early Djézireh 3A and continues in the early Djézireh 3B period. A final note on the kitchenware: the all-mouth pots of the type A, coming from the area G, on the left, this one, characterized by standard dimension and careful varnished surface, appear to be very different from the contemporary type of vessels excavated in the area B of the bar. This last is characterized by a horseshoe lug, a very coarse temper, and the surface is only ruggedly varnished. Therefore, we can hypothesize a specialized production linked to the context, and so the sacred context show a concentration of the type A, and the domestic context of the area B show a concentration of a different kind of kitchenware. Finally, and it seems, I think, interesting to note that the kitchenware is also attested in the open shapes, in particular bowl with convex upper wall and simple rudder rim that resembles those of the Djézireh varnished ware. So we have more or less the same shape in two different wares. If we compare the percentage of the various ware in the period analyzed, from the oldest early Djézireh 2 to the most recent early Djézireh 3B period, it is possible to highlight some trends. Of course, the percentage of the strata 45-40 that are relating with the sacred area are clearly affected by the context of the excavation. In particular, the increase of the common in blue and coarse ware in yellow is inversely proportional to the decrease of the fine in red and kitchenware in green. The same trend is also recognizable for the Ninevite 5 in black and the metallic ware in pink, which are attested in the area G at the same time only in the late early Djézireh 2 period. The Ninevite ware disappears in the stratum 39, the early Djézireh 3A, while the metallic ware increase in the subsequent early Djézireh 3B period. The Djézireh varnished ware in gray is attested in both the types A and B only in the early Djézireh 2 transition 3A period, while in the early Djézireh 3AB period it appears in very low percentage and only in the type B, the blackish carinated bowl. The Djézireh bichrome ware is attested at Bari only in the early Djézireh 3A period. Keeping attention on the different types of wares, we can observe other significant elements that, in my opinion, contribute to highlight the originality and peculiarity of this syncretistic pottery assemblage of Tel Barri. As regards the Ninevite 5, the repertoire fits well in the most recent period of the phasing of Ninevite 5 production, that of the so-called late excised ware, corresponding with more or less the early Djézireh II. It is characterized by an increased degree of standardization in the shape and decorative motifs in comparison with the previous period, early Djézireh I, II. Decoration is mainly attested in the open shapes, more rarely in the closed vessels. The repertoire of the decorative motifs includes step part motif. This is the most common, together with the chevron motif and the vertical incised lines motif. I agree with Anna when she suggested that the step pattern seems characteristic in the later Ninevite 5 production in the Haut-Khabur region. Yes. From where probably it may have originated. Also, we have the multiple horizontal zigzag motif, this kind of motif, combed lines motif, method motif, or panel, incised triangle motif. Considering the regional distribution of the late excised Ninevite 5, we can suppose for this variant the existence of a heartland, a region where this pottery was produced and used on a large scale, and a peripheral zone into which the late excised Ninevite 5 vessels were occasionally imported. Several surveys, along with numerous excavation projects, show that the core of the late excised Ninevite 5 region is a fairly restricted area situated between the Tur Abdin to the north, the Wadi Kanzir to the west, the middle reaches of the Khabur to the south, and the east bank of the Tigris to the east, including the Eskimo Suldam region, reaching Billa and Nineveh, although, as stressed by Roth, in late excised variant, the development of decorative types in this sub-region, the Tigris region, is less marked. Thus, the site of Bari was part of this heartland. It is not clear whether late excised Ninevite 5 belongs to a local tradition of the Djézireh and is therefore only sporadically present in northern Iraq, or whether this variant have a general chronological value. Ongoing research, obviously, especially the new project in the Iraqi Kurdistan, will be able to add new information in this sense. As regards the metallic ware, assuming that the vessels and fragments coming from the area G belong to the non-calcareous North Mesopotamian metallic ware, we know that these potteries show a very low content of calcium in comparison with the other local calcareous soils pottery from the Djézireh. This indicates the North Mesopotamian metallic ware vessels, or at least the non-calcareous clays and the technical know-how of the production process, were imported into its main distribution area. This area corresponds with the region approximately between the foothills of the Taurus Mountains in southeastern Turkey and the region directly south of the Jebel Aziz in northern Syria. Bari, together with Brak and also Arbid, are located in the area corresponding with the eastern limit of this area. The provenance of the non-calcareous clay source is still uncertain, but an origin in the southeast Anatolian Taurus region, which marks the northern border of the heartland of the North Mesopotamian metallic ware, was proposed by Schneider, Kibaroglu, and Fall. Considering that at Tel Barri no chemical analyses were made on pottery, on the basis of the autoptical observation of the recorders, we can observe that while the vessels of the period early Djézireh II transition 3A, mainly bowls and small jars, are characterized by a bicolored orange-gray surfaces, and the vessels of the early Djézireh 3B period show the significant presence of medium-sized jars characterized by a very, very shiny gray surface. The Djézireh bichrome ware is a locally produced pottery, not only in the shape of stand, and attested exclusively in the central and western Djézireh, except for some stands excavated at Tel Bia, Quera, and Girnevad. The local production of this ware would appear to be confirmed by the chemical analysis carried out of some fragments found at Tel Brak, and in terms of chronology, the period in which this ceramic is attested is very, very short, from late early Djézireh II to early Djézireh IIIa. In this regard, is significant the association of the Djézireh bichrome ware with metallic ware and or Ninevite ware in burials. This is the case of Barri, Tel Mozan, and Tel Beidar. A typology of decoration has been created and published by me, and it shows significant similarities with the excised decoration of the stands excavated in level 6C at Aslan Tepe, and with some decorative motifs of the Karababa painted ware. I would underline that, except some rare fragments, these stands were found in tombs and seem to constitute a specialized, very specialized production made for funerary context. More in general, contemporary with the disappearance of the painted Ninevite ware at the end of the early Djézireh I period, the painted pottery production in the central Haut-Khabur seems to be characterized by the chronological sequence of the so-called by Helena Karababa-like pottery. I tentatively use the label Djézireh painted ware, but anyway, after by the Djézireh bichrome ware, and both these wares having their own characteristic in the repertoire of the shapes and in the decorative repertoire. This local painted tradition shows evident similarities in manufacture. Vessels are constantly handmade and in the repertoire of design with the Karababa painted ware. But the Djézireh examples show very distinctive features, in particular the special standardized shapes, because we are in presence of only of stands and small jars. We seem to be dealing with the local hybrid production reflecting the multiple influences to which the Djézireh region was subjected in this phase. Continuing this overview, at Bari, the Djézireh varnished ware is attested mainly in the sacred area, in the early Djézireh II transition 3A, and only few fragments of type B are attested in the later early Djézireh 3A-B period. It appears along with Ninevite pottery with the late excised decoration and the earliest examples of metallic ware. Here you can see in this panel all these three kinds of pottery. The Djézireh varnished ware differed from both in form and technology from the contemporary pottery tradition. It is characterized by a careful varnishing, and varnishing is not a typical feature for the pottery of the early Djézireh II-3A period, and was used for utilitarian purposes only in the kitchenware. As regards the firing condition, reducing atmosphere seems to characterize the vessels of the type B that are gray or dark gray in color. Another peculiarity of the Djézireh varnished ware of Bari is constituted by the extreme variability of colors of the vessels of the type A, and coloring being the result of the chemical composition of clay combined with the fire conditions. Being made of calcareous clay and fired in an oxidizing atmosphere, the other contemporary wares are usually buff. The only other pottery type distinguished by its gray and orange-brown color is obviously the metallic ware. Evidences of wheel, fast or slow manufacture as horizontal lines on the surface and regularity of vessels wall thickness are visible both in type A and B. Some example of type A jars and type B carinated bowls can be partly handmade and partly finished on the wheel. Without chemical analysis of the body fragments, this pottery was at first considered by me as probably imported, but now, based on the study of Anya, on the Djézireh varnished ware excavated at Erbil, we know that this pottery was produced in loco, at least there. With regard to the published material, we know only few fragments of this pottery coming from Leylan, Atij, Brak, Mosan, Huera, and Amame Turkeman. All these sherds belong to vessels of different forms that have a varnished surface. They are defined in different ways in the publication, but always related to the early Transcaucasian ware. At Bari, except the carenated balls of the type B, which were in use also after the abandonment of the sacred area, and the small jar found in the burial 1309, that is this one, all the Djézireh varnished ware fragments come from the sacred area. It is interesting to note that the Djézireh varnished ware is completely absent in the area B, so in a domestic context. If we monitor the peculiarities in manufacturing, technology, firing, and standardization of shapes, we could consider this ware, at least at Bari, as a specialized production used in the sacred area. A different situation is obviously documented at Erbil, as Anya showed us before. It should be noted that, in comparison with the pottery of Tel Arbid, I don't know, Anya, how many fragments you excavated of this pottery. Dozens or hundreds?
You mean the old types of Djézireh?
Yeah.
Well, so we have about over 20.
Mm.
But I mean only from the area D. From which we have the largest collection of this pottery. But there are some other examples from the other areas.
Okay, thank you. Because at Bari we have 200 diagnostic sherds of this pottery only in the area G. And it seems that this pottery seems characterize the context of the sacred area. Anyhow, you know, as we discussed before, the context is really important to establish also this kind of characteristic of the pottery. Verified that the Djézireh varnished ware seems to characterize the ceramic horizon of the Khabur region, and considering its peculiarity in comparison with the contemporary pottery production, remains the problem of understanding the origin of this separate pottery tradition and this affiliation. I suggested a connection between the Djézireh varnished ware, in the Anatolian pottery tradition. In particular, attention may be dedicated towards the early Transcaucasian pottery tradition of Eastern Anatolia at the beginning of the 3rd millennium. Parallels to the Djézireh varnished ware balls can be found in the carenated balls known from sites in the Malatya-Elazig region. Here you can see some examples. I'm sorry for the photos, but these are photocopy. In particular, these two types of vessels show the same treatment surface, but while the early Transcaucasian pottery was strictly handmade, the Djézireh varnished ware was normally well-shaping or at least well-finishing, and this could confirm its local production, obviously together with the chemical analysis did at Erbil. Therefore, the Djézireh varnished ware can be interpreted as a result of cross-cultural contacts between the central Djézireh and the upper Tigris and Euphrates region in Anatolia between the early Djézireh 2 and 3 period. Remaining within the sphere of material culture, there is another point of contact between these two regions, that of small portable andirons. In the Anatolian sites, these objects are usually associated with the red black varnished ware, and in a study, Anna assigned them also a probably ritualistic properties, although often coupled with domestic context. Although ascribing Transcaucasian provenance to the Khabur andirons is unfounded, we cannot avoid noticing that the usage of andirons is a characteristic feature of the early Transcaucasian culture, and that some of the contemporary parallels published for the Khabur region coming from Barri, for example, but also the example coming from Brak and Hazla were found in a ritual context. Here you can see the case of the andirons found inside the single shrine at Barri. At this point, we can speculate on the origin of these contacts between the Djézireh and the islands. In the case of the varnished ware and andirons, considering the hypothesis of a local production, we might ask, were they produced in workshops by local specialists, or has been hypothesized by, for example, Demiroshiji for the case of the Kirbet Kerak culture by itinerary craftsmen? Or were they materials produced on site but with the task and imported techniques? Or were they local production inspired to original models derives from Anatolia, like a trend? So, can we a priori exclude that these are examples of a production brought in Djézireh by communities coming from outside and not indigenous? I'm well aware that opening this door can take us very far, but at some point we will have to try to give an explanation to everything we do when we study ceramics. Not everything can be reduced to the inclination of a rim, and this is what we discussed before. I think that it can be one of the future challenge for the study of pottery in that region, because now we know in details the sequences, we know in detail the materials. Now I think that it's interesting to understand the origin of the shapes, the origin of the wares, where they were produced. So these are the elements that I think we have to consider now in the future of the study of this pottery. I'm going to conclude. Inside the Arcane project, in his overview of the third millennium stratigraphic sequence of the archaeological site in the Djézireh region, Philippe Quesnay has divided the archaeological sites of the Khabur triangle into groups that were geographically defined. On the basis of the comparative stratigraphy and the ceramic sequence of the sites, he distinguished different ceramic sub-regions, although their borders are rather vague and vary in the course of the third millennium. In the period of early Djézireh 2 and 3a, the sites located between the Wadi Kanzil and Wadi Rad, including the Wadi Jagjag and the Middle Khabur area south of Asake, could be considered to belong to an intermediate sub-region, the so-called Central Khabur province, in red on the slide, or alternatively to an extended transition area between the western sub-region, Wadi Hamar with Quera in blue, that share common features frequently with the Euphrates region, and the eastern sub-region, the Wadi Rumailan with Hamukar, more oriented towards the upper Tigris region in orange on the slide. The site of Bari belonged to this intermediate sub-region, and the ceramic sequence of the area G in this period, 2-3b, due to its continuity, the size of the sample, and the exceptional nature of the context, is configured as a privileged observatory for this sub-region and its pottery production. This is characteristic by a marked originality, a strong dynamism, and an evident cultural syncretism, which is affected by external influences. The review of the earliest pottery at Djézireh 01, coming from the area B, in the light of what is highlighted by the later sequence of the area G, early Djézireh 2, 3b, allowed to confirm what was observed by Helena in her study on pottery tradition of post-late Chalcolithic 5 North Mesopotamian developments. As regards the sub-region under discussion in the earliest phase, early Djézireh 0, evidence for direct contact with the surrounding regions can be difficult to distinguish. The post-LC5 phase at the beginning of the early Djézireh 1 witnesses a trend toward regionalization of fields of material culture. In the field of pottery production, this resulted in a spread of local pottery tradition, some of which will subsequently develop into distinct ceramic subregions. This trend is one of the first signs of this gradual establishing of new connections between the Khabur subregion and the Iraqi Upper Tigris Valley on one side and the southern Turkey on the other side. In this scenario, the Ninevite fire tradition with the different variants, together with the locally produced pottery with peculiar shapes and decoration types, as in the case of the Karababa-like style pottery, seems to attest a ceramic repertoire often unconnected with strictly functional needs, therefore probably intended as a marker of a cultural identity. These developments clearly presuppose a circulation over wide areas of raw materials, wares, people, also technology, and presumably new ideologies and model of socio-political organization. This connection fully developed during the early Djézireh too, and probably followed the routes of new, hitherto poorly understood networks of interregional exchange. As a general phenomenon, this revival of special potteries characterized in especially the late early Djézireh II and IIIa period. At Bari, these special potteries constitute a small percentage of the whole ceramic assemblage, so the normal, plain, common, and fineware, and are attested in rather selected types, generally of small size and in rather fine fabric, which apparently had very specific functions and were supposedly used during special occasion in the sacred area. On the other hand, except for the late excited Ninevite fire, for which the discovery of deformed shards and firing slag would seem to confirm a local production, in the absence of chemical analysis on the pottery, we cannot even establish with certainty whether these ceramics were imported or produced by specialized workshop on site. In the latter case, we can hypothesize specialized productions in spatially segregated workshop, possibly operated independently and not administered by any political intervention. At Bari, this type of centralized production, coinciding with the standardization that would suggest a mass production of pottery, could have started in the late early Djézireh IIIa period and spread in the early Djézireh IIIb, in terms of relative chronology, slightly after the Leyland 3D level, corresponding with the late early Djézireh II, which within the Arcana project has been identified as the period of affirmation in Djézireh of a complex socio-political and economic societies. But this is evident starting from the late early Djézireh II, IIIa period. Djézireh seems to show a much stronger uniformity in the pottery assemblage, and the division into cultural provinces seems to thin out. The increase of the standardization could be linked to the spread of the fast wheel in the large production of a specific type of vessels, as the small bowl with straight cut base and the medium-sized jars. An interesting recent study of Sanders of fingerprint impressions on potsherds coming from Leyland 3D period, so we are in the early Djézireh II, indicates a shift from household-based ceramic production under the control of women to specialized craft production dominated by male potters. Another indicator of standardization and probably a centralized production is represented by the peculiar groove, a concave profile of the inner part of the mouth. Here you can see the detail, present often in the medium-sized jars of common ware. In this area, the surface was visibly worn, and according to Peter Feltzner, probably this element was functional to the methods of storage of these containers, that has to be changed at this time. For reasons of space, this container had probably to be stacked one above the other. My conclusion is that in Djézireh, during the first half of the third millennium, the disintegration of the old traditional socio-political and ideological structures seems part of a really continuous process of reconstructions without solution of continuity, in which probably innovative elites or small groups, through competitions between the others, may find new avenues for the acquisition of power. The late early Djézireh II period represent really the turning point of this phenomenon. Contextualizing the archaeological data in their historical and cultural dimension, we can imagine the Djézireh settlements as inhabited by small communities in which elite control a local economic system based on the exploitation of surplus products by agricultural and breeding activities. In this scenario, where according to Marc Lebeau, the critical mass has been reached for a shift that leads to a new social and cultural system, in Djézireh is documented the spread of religious architectures and this escalation of ritual activities. In developing and controlling ideological power, surplus derived from the political economy was most probably invested to support the elite projects, as for example, the building of shrines for communal rituals, the building of collective burials, as we demonstrated at Bari, or, for example, the refundation of the urban planning as happened in Tel Arbid in the Area D, or for specialized craft activities, ending with the production of pottery, those that we are discussing now in this workshop. Thank you.
A small question about the endirons. How many of them do you have?
We have, if I remember well, we have 6 complete andirons like this.
Yes.
Only one example of this one, only one example of this one, and we have, I don't remember exactly, but dozens of fragments of andirons, completely destroyed on the layer of filling of the structures. But this is another interesting thing. We don't have one fragment of this kind of objects for coming from the area B, so of the area on the opposite side of the dam. So here we have a concentration of these particular objects that we consider related with the context.
So they come only from G?
Yes. I did a very strange study on this kind of objects and in comparison with some shapes of pottery, and I presented the paper in a workshop at Copenhagen. It was before the pandemic. It is still unpublished, but it seems that I tried to connect different points. Something probably changed also in the preparation of food. And so it seems that these kind of objects are clearly related with a special kind of food, for example, soup, because these are used for pot with rounded base. So you see here the object alone, but you can imagine, you should imagine, because Anya published at her bid in a cover of the volume a probably assessment of this kind of object. So you can imagine, for example, 3 of these.
So we need
to support.
Yeah, there's 3 is enough to support the rest of it. 3 andirons like this one, because there are different types of andirons, such as horseshoe shape, and this one, which is on the right top, we need 3 props to support vessels. And
this is not a place to discuss this, but anyway, to give you some other elements, it's strange because in terms of architecture, for example, the fire installations at Bari are quite different if we consider the context. In the area B, we have a lot of tannours. You know, tannours are everywhere. But in the area G, for example, inside the second area, we have two or three tannours concentrated in a very small kitchen. But we have different kind of fireplaces. So located on the ground, and this kind of fireplace probably need these kind of objects to cook.
So, this is a very interesting question.
My impression, and can be part of the discussion after if you want, is that there's a mobility of people in this period, and groups come from outside and bring technology offshore to produce pottery, and also import also different kind of objects that are before not so diffused in this region. And this is another point that we have to indicate. Also considering, for example, the clay sources, as Anya did at her bit, to establish if this pottery was produced in loco or imported from outside. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, you could have a group coming from elsewhere who made on the spot with the local clay these environs. So this would not really solve the question.
Yeah, but it's, in this case, I think that we have also other elements to suggest another hypothesis that I had, but I cannot demonstrate, just to share with you the hypothesis, that probably these people concentrated in the settlements like in quarters, okay? Different people, different origins in different part of the settlement, because also, yeah, because also, for example, these sacred areas are really not temples, you know, are really small shrines or small areas, but it's funny to recognize on the topographic map of all these examples of religious architectures that there are not on the top of a set, in the center of the set, but in the surround. So it seems that there are, in a sort of agglutinated way, different part of the settlement occupied by different group of people. I don't know.
Well, that's a very interesting question that we have to look at. I had another question concerning these jars, as you said, with the roof along the rim. Remember in the last pictures, the jars with the roof around the rim.
Ah, yeah.
You said maybe to have them one above the others. Okay. I have, you know, we have thousands in the survey, so we have the same shape with the groove or without the groove, and some of them are probably jars, but others, I would figure out, are stands, not jars. And I was wondering whether sometimes the groove couldn't be an indication of the upper or lower part of the stand.
You're right. You're right. I confirm your hypothesis, because also we had problems to understand if the rim is part of a jar or is part of a stand. Also, we had this problem. We had, but in these cases, it seems the hypothesis of Peter, I think it's functional, because
but I wouldn't say that it is for a lid, because the groove is too thin. I mean, the lid wouldn't really rest.
The opening in the room is enough to put the lid, so you don't
No?
I don't really know.
They want to do something different.
And just to add to this last time, we discussed, except for the jars, there's not showed us, and also there are also clothes from the same period. We have the incision inside the ring. Well, I'd like to get back to the periodization and the phases you showed us. There's a chart, the graphic with the phases. If you get back to this slide, oh no, the previous one, or this one. Well, so we discussed today the transitional periods which we are able to discern during our studies, and I noticed that beside Djézireh II and even later Djézireh II, we have Djézireh II by 3A, even if you have later Djézireh 3A. So when I look at the pottery which is specific for these distinguished phases, I noticed that what is specific for these Djézireh II by 3A is the fact that we have the metallic work. And it is true that there is no metallic work in the late Djézireh II period.
No, it's a mistake. No, it's a mistake. We have few fragments here. You mean here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have. Few fragments we have.
So you need to add the metallic work to the later.
Yeah, you're right.
And you have the same pottery group in these two phases, yes? I mean the later Djézireh II and Djézireh II by 3A. So what is the difference between these two periods when we look at pottery?
The frequencies of shapes and typology. So I have no way to show you.
The same problem we only have the same problem, that it is not the presence or the absence of the specific pottery types, but the frequency and the number of types. So it is the basis of this basis we have.
Yeah.
But because this is our favorite subject in the disadvantage because this pottery is present on the three sides, except for the barrier between the steady line. But there is one specific shape of the disadvantage which is present only at the barrier, this orange bells garnish surface. But so it is a really interesting discussion, and there's no room here to discuss in more details. But the fact, just to add to what you discussed before, that there were probably the people of the foreign tradition who moved from elsewhere, and they tried to imitate the pottery living in the foreign environment. The fact that we have this pottery only on the few sides support this idea, and the fact that we have the distribution of this pottery within the site only points to the fact that there are some small groups of the foreigners. This pottery is quite different in every aspect, not only in the color, which is the more visual, something which helps us to distinguish from the others. So it is something which helps us to identify ourselves, our identity, by using the pottery, which is quite different in color, because it has a lustrous surface. And even the technology, so that's interesting. They try to mimic the technology. I mentioned this magic, which is quite is not known in the Mesopotamian pottery tradition. It was imported from the north. So it is the interesting subject. But I'd like to ask about one point concerning Djézireh. You showed us two photos, and you explained that the one of this is the kitchen line, and the other one is the Djézireh.
About the kitchen?
For me, it's the same. Looking at the shapes and the surface. You mentioned that there's some differences in the temper, in fabric.
Here? This one?
No.
This one? Yeah.
Well, so it is for me, it's the same. It's the same. Even I can see the technology here. Well, so there is some evidence which suggests that those here on the left are really kitchenware. There's some evidence of suits, and there's some evidence that they were used for cooking.
Yeah.
So why you
Yeah.
distinguish these two groups?
For example, if you look at this fragment, if you look at, I don't know if you can see, if you look at this fragment, there's some traces of fire here. And on the,
And it is a ring. What is it? It is,
you see the rim, and
It's one
the
of
coordinate, this is
on the left.
more or less this part of, and also this small arched left on the top. It seems that some of these pots bowls were used on fire. And this is not, and we can exclude this kind of use for the others that has the same shape. So if you mean exactly at the fabric and the inclusions, probably more or less are the same, but the use and also the size are different. So it seems that, yeah.
I think they use it for cooking, maybe, or just for heating.
I don't know.
Because
This
it's
is
for
this is
heating anything. We use anything for heating.
this is really a challenge that to study with this, keeping in mind different kind of food preparation could be interesting to look at the pottery, because I try to do it, and it's sometimes it's really strange, because for example here we have, in terms of percentage of types, we have an exponential numbers of very small vessels in comparison with the jar and basins. So obviously you can think about the context. You know, we are in a sacred area, so you need something to serve during the rituals or common consuming of food. But anyway, it's so strange because the percentage of the types on the area B, the residential area, is completely, it's vice versa, is different. So we have tons of these quartz wares excavated by Bishone, tons of this quartz ware.
Because it's my culture, so in Syria we use the salt to do coffee, to do the milk. Can use it.
Could be.
So everything is possible.
Even if we have these traces of silt on the surface, it's still nothing that's strange for me, because well, usually these traces after cooking are preserved on the base or in the middle part of the cooking pot, depending on how the vessel was used, whether it was put into the fire. Or there was supported by an iron, or even some kind of tendons were used also as a staff, cooking staff, used for cooking and only for baking bread. So this blackening on the surface looks strange for me. So maybe this secondary traces not related to the original use of the vessels. So I'm still curious about this explanation that some of the Djézireh punishware would have been used as a kitchenware.
So the fabric was the same.
Not exactly the same.
No, but there is some confirms that it is some sort of foreign tradition, because in this area normally the cooking pots were made of different fabrics. Whereas, for instance, in the Turanates tradition, there is nuclear distinction. So, and all these wares, Anatolian wares, more or less related to the Turanates tradition, probably had the same. So, this confirms that these people maybe were foreign people coming from
There's also
from Eastern Anatolia, so not directly
some population probably what is the biggest southeastern part of Turkey, it is really connected in some way with the northern part of Mesopotamia, or what is the northeastern Syria. So further the people who have moved from the north to the southern part, and doing a new tradition of that.
Yeah, because
the right interaction with the people living in the north of Mesopotamia. Well, so another interesting thing about the Djézireh well, we tested this population only to get the answer the question about the provenance, but also about the original firing temperature, and about the clay sources that have been used for making this pottery. It appeared that even within the board types, each board types was made according to different technology. That is, the different clay sources were used, different firing conditions were used, oxidizing or reducing atmosphere, or usually there's a fire at a low temperature. So it's huge diversity within this small collection of this well.
Yeah, that's.
In Tibet, do you have any burnished ware?
I remember that.
I don't know. Maybe there is one or two shirts, but certainly not.
For example, the question is that probably it's.
I didn't recognize anything like that. I remember that I linked to the Judge area.
It seems.
Yeah, there were some examples with these incisions which were filled with white tapes. They are also known from some signs from the Djézireh. I remember when I visited Tibet years ago, we were shown a vessel, not exactly as Djézireh vanished well. The shape was different. It was complete. It was dark grey in color, and it has a very surface. And it was a river handle, so it also resembles the American scalcation.
But no, I mean it's not
like
conspicuous anyway. Maybe there is one shirt that you didn't notice. Because we don't have any
So that's interesting that we have only two, or actually three sides from the same Djézireh with this class.
And they are really and the white incrustation are also found only Ravid and Terachne, which is very close, but nowhere.
So it might point to the small group of people who moved from the north and settled in some places.
And the white incrustation is not really typical of the north. It's more typical of the east. East, maybe Bertille Lyonnet.
It is also an Anatolian tradition.
Not really Anatolians.
Yeah, but we have some Central Anatolian calculated the very Bronze Age probably, which is before this white infestation. So it is still an interesting point. And there's some differences when we compare this Djézireh and Abbey, because you suggested that this pottery group is rated with the sacred area because this big collection you have was found in the temple or in the temenos. What we have at Abbey is quite different as to the context, because all these examples are coming from the pure domestic context. So I cannot agree.
Yes, I know. Yes, I know. I know.
For the religious purposes, or it was found in the sacred.
But my point is that you are right, obviously, but in the context we have a ritual building. So you can confirm me that the fragments come from a domestic context, but in the architectural context you have a religious architecture. And the point is that it's quite, can be casual, but we have Djézireh burnished with also a Telgrak, and the context is the same.
Also
Temples. Small shrine. Temples, it's really
domestic, yeah, or communal place of worship as defined in another publication. But anyway, also at Tel Eilan, this is not a ritual context, but it's an administrative, anyway, it's not a domestic context. They have Djézireh burnishing ware. And so also at Mozan, I saw on the storage room during a visit, they have fragments of this kind of pottery, and they have also the evidence of this kind of pottery. So, I don't know, but there are some coincidences.
Yeah.
Anyway, context, it's important to understand.
So on the site you will find this type of ceramic, they are Berlin, Prague, the same line, then we go to Mozan.
Leyland, East, yeah, Leyland, East. And also fragments, but now I don't remember exactly the context, also at Amamer Turkmen. But we are speaking about 2, 3 fragments, except the cases of Arbid and Bari, in which we have more. At Bari we have a lot, because 200 of diagnostic fragments, so we described all the others.
Maybe it was the center for the group of people.
Also interesting is cross-pottery connections. So before making this pottery combined, the local feature and the foreign tradition in the one pot.
It's interesting to note that this is a relationship between these two regions, but in Djézireh we recognize some point technology or shapes or something like that, but vice versa. If you look at Anatolia, and for example, for the previous period, early Djézireh 0-1 period, there is materials coming from the south, but it's clearly imported, and because we found normally this kind of material inside the burials. So the relation is different, I think.
Well, clearly imported, I don't know if they made analysis of the clay and...
yes, but...
So maybe they will end up with the
in a context of, probably Elena, you know better than me, the context of the Upper Tigris, you know, the site excavated during the rescue excavation there. There's 2 or 3 sites along the Tigris, excavated by Turkish archaeologists, in which they collected dozens of vessels, clearly exactly the same that we excavated in Djézireh, and I'm speaking about early Djézireh 0-1, but in tombs, in necropolis. So no one fragments of this kind of pottery was found in the settlement.
But this province of the late, so-called late exiled in the tradition, is harder to the north, because we have the examples of the shirts of this tradition from the southeastern part of modern Turkey, and as well as the likewise. So there's two categories of pottery which can be found both in the Syrian Djézireh and on the southeastern side of Turkey.
The case of Girnavac, it's like an example, because you know the modern border cut between Syria and
we need to ignore the modern boundaries.
Girnavac has exactly the same stuff that we excavated in Djézireh. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Now we will listen to Katia Jabani and Elena Roba, are both from the University of Venice. Their talk is on From Breda to Nini by way of the Leland, different diagnostics, different settlement patterns.
Well, I want to first to thank the organizers, because this is becoming a really interesting meeting. I think it's a good way of making these small meetings with few people. And so we will, Katia will start and then I will continue, but this is the work of both of us. We literally wrote it together.
But In the course of the last 40 and 20 years, both of us have been extensively working, both together and individually, on excavation and surveys in northeastern Syria and northern Iraq, and have been involved in the study and publication of third millennium pottery from both these regions. We have also been participating in various ways and to various degrees to the work of the Arcane project about the Syrian Djézireh and the Tigririan region, one of the aims of which was to define ceramic diagnostic and to create ceramic sequences for the early Bronze Age of these areas. We therefore had numerous occasions to discuss on how diagnostic pottery types should be chosen and used for dating survey sites, how reliable and time-sensitive they may be, and how these choices may have an impact on the resulting reconstruction of ancient settlement patterns, as well as on the possibility to compare the results of different surveys in the same or in neighboring areas. Today, we will try to share some of these considerations and illustrate them with specific examples taken from the area which is the object of the roundtable. It is obvious enough that survey diagnostics should be chosen based on stratified sequence from excavated sites. However, as survey shares miss any context and are often very fragmentary, they must also be chosen among items which are also rather distinctive and easily recognizable per se, in that they should be easily recognizable even from small fragments and not only from complete vessels. They should be frequent and visible enough to have good chances to be collected on the site surface. Third, should not have an excessively long period of use. Fourth, should not be too similar to types of different periods. If one considers the list of diagnostic type of the two Arcane volumes, which was created based on well-stratified inventories of in situ material, it will be clear that only very few of them meet all these criteria. Most of them, in fact, represent full vessels. Some of them are in use for a considerable period of time, and so on. Therefore, a different list should be created for surveys. As for criterion number 1, good diagnostics could be very distinctive fabric types, for instance, the metallic ware, and on this we will come back later. Very distinctive morphological detail, so rims, lugs, spouts, and very distinctive decoration styles and designs, better if associated with each other. Considering criterion number 2, items which are too fragile to get easily damaged or very rare types should be better avoided, at least, and as main diagnostic elements for one period. As for number 3, items whose features are function related, even easily recognizable by themselves, are probably not the best diagnostics as they tend to persist in time, whereas items whose features are more prone to fashion, social habits, cultural influences, etc., such as small fine ware containers or drinking vessels or decorated vessels, are probably more useful. Point 4 is more tricky, but a few examples will make it clear that even types which apparently meet previous criteria may in fact be easily mistaken when with something else, especially if the person in charge of selecting pottery is not an expert of both periods. I show now just a few examples. The painted terminal Uruk could be confused if you are not an expert with the Khabur ware. For instance, this Akkadian rim is really similar to this Neo-Assyrian thickened bow rim. And the late Chalcolithic grey ware could be confused with the grey ware of the late 3rd millennium. And also the plain, like Ninevite 5, and the Akkadian, this thin beaded rim. If you are not an expert, you can confuse by the two. The only possible solution here is to pay as much attention as possible to the phase of attributing collected shares and not to assign this important task to persons without sufficient knowledge on the regional ceramic repertoire. In many cases, these criteria partially contradict each other. For instance, a feature can be very distinctive but very rare, or very common but very similar to one of a different period. Thus, advantages and disadvantages of their use should be carefully evaluated, and a compromise between them should be reached in the end. Another issue to be considered is that of the chronological scale resolution we aim at. Clearly, survey shares cannot have the same chronological resolution as excavation material, where sometimes clear differences in assemblages dated a few decades apart from each other can be detected. It has been, in fact, widely recognized in the meanwhile that individual diagnostics do not have exactly the same period of use, and only their stratigraphical association in the same closed assemblage, the so-called primary inventories in the arcane sense, often allows to date the latter precisely. However, to limit oneself to a very coarse-grained periodization for survey material does not appear to be a good solution either. To come to the third millennium Djézireh, a division into early and mid-late third millennium BC, as still used in many surveys, is really too coarse in comparison, for instance, with the five-fold division, but with different subperiods, proposed by the Arcane Djézireh team, and with the nine-fold periodization proposed by the Arcane Tigridian team. Even worse, if one just considers the general timing of history, and without taking into consideration the acceleration which characterized the last 2 centuries, one will soon realize that a division into blocks of 500–600 years is likely to miss, or at least to blurry, not only the punctual events of factual history, but also the medium-term changes which may have taken place on a scale of 100–200 years, such as, for instance, the changes brought about in northern Mesopotamia settlement pattern by the Akkadian conquest, imperialization and its demise, or the different stages between the collapse of the late Uruk internationalism and the so-called second urbanization. In spite of these shortcomings, such as a coarse-grained periodization is still used in recent surveys undertaken by different teams in the Iraqi Kurdistan. The Assyrian Landscape Research Group, composed by the Eastern Khabur Archaeological Survey directed by Peter Feltner, the Land of Nineveh Archaeological Project directed by Daniele Morandi Bonaccossi, the Upper Greater Zab Archaeological Reconnaissance led by Rafał Koliński, and the Erbil Plain Archaeological Survey directed by Jason Orr, have agreed upon the use of a common ceramic typology based on the scheme worked out by Wilkinson and Tucker in the late 80s within the framework of the Iraqi Northern Djézireh project, later integrated by Orr based on his work at Beidar and Amukar and elsewhere, and discussed and further integrated during the meetings of the Assyrian Landscape Research Group from 2012 onwards. The goals of this joint enterprise is to obtain a homogeneous and thus fully comparable dating procedure for the site from the 4 surveys, which encompass a vast area of northeastern Mesopotamia between the Tigris and the lower Zab. In this typology, the third millennium is represented by a high number of diagnostic types, but it is still subdivided only into main periods, Ninevite 5 and mid-late third millennium, as you can see from this slide. And the main types are more late third millennium. So for the central part of the third millennium, there is just a few types. For the Land of Nineveh material, for which I am the responsible, in fact, I tried to refine the chronological definition of the third millennium material. In the beginning, I tried to separate mid-third millennium shards from Akkadian and post-Akkadian ones. But I soon realized that many features remain in use for a long time, and moreover, the same type or decoration could be found, even on excavation, in levels dated to different periods. For instance, the easily recognizable combined-sized decoration are indeed typical of the Akkadian period, but have been found on excavation in the Syrian Djézireh also, albeit rarely, in early Djézireh 3B context, as well in the post-Akkadian levels, as you can see from this example found at El Drak. Another example are the folded jar rim. These are attested on different vessel types, but this detail is of course difficult to appreciate on survey material, from the early Djézireh 3B to the Akkadian and post-Akkadian periods. although usually in the latest phases they are accompanied by combined press and or incised triangles decoration. Accordingly, this diagnostic type, quite common in the land of Nineveh material, has been considered Akkadian if combined with combined decoration or triangles, post-Akkadian if combined with combined press decoration, and generically mid-3rd millennium if without decoration. If, however, just the rim is preserved, we are not able to determine to which of these periods the shell belongs, and only a generic mid-later millennium date is possible. The above described Assyrian landscape research group bipartite system has the undoubted advantage to guarantee a good comparability of the result of different surveys. We argue, however, that it may be possible, for instance, by combining different types of diagnostic, as in the example above, or by considering the different probabilities of a type to belong to different periods, to obtain a more precise date, at least of individual sites within the same survey. Besides its scarce chronological definition, however, we will come on this point later, it is also another shortcoming. It completely obscures sub-regional variability in ceramic assemblages, a question which, by itself, has important chronological implication. The slides show some early attempts to capture 3rd millennium spatial ceramic variability in the course of the 3rd millennium BC in the Syrian Djézireh. There are indeed, as highlighted in the left part of the slide, periods when, due to the historical contingencies, pottery production is more fragmented, as well as a period in which it is less fragmented and more standardized. But there are also, at the same time, limits, to the right in the slide, which tend to persist over time. The concept of the ceramic province is, in the meanwhile, a bit outdated, but still maintains a heuristic value, in that it simplifies a much more full continuum of subtle changes, where the present border between Syria and Iraq is actually quite artificial, but perceptible changes in the ceramic repertoire can be observed between groups of sites located at more or less regular distances of about 70 kilometers on average. This concept may be illustrated by considering excavated assemblages attributed to the same period from the site of, for instance, we can see here Tel Beida, Tel Blak, Tel Leilan. They are Akkadian assemblages for the different sites. Some shapes are the same, some other shape may be in Beida, for instance, we don't have this pedestal beaker like this. And here I put Amukar, Taya, and Nineveh, just to show you the difference. Regional or sub-regional variability also has, however, a chronological dimension in the Arcane 5 Tigridian volume conclusion. We, in fact, argued that changes in settlement pattern in this region are not synchronous with those of the Syrian Djézireh, and in fact are sometimes curiously contrasted with them. Thus, for the earlier part of the millennium, the so-called Ninevite 5 period, in the Tigridian region to the left, we witnessed an early reoccupation of the territory, followed by modest hints and growing complexity within a predominantly rural settlement pattern, and around the end of the period, by a still unexplained apparent decline, whereas in the Syrian Djézireh, to the right, we have a belated reoccupation followed around 2600–2550 BC by a rather sudden urbanization phenomenon. For the latter part of this millennium, that is the end of the early Djézireh 3B, Akkadian, post-Akkadian, and Ur-3 periods, on the contrary, in the Tigridian region, we seem to have a belated urbanization phenomenon, followed by an overall stable and flourishing pattern of urban settlement with no sign of dramatic rise in the population, while in the Syrian Djézireh we witness two repeated destruction of urban centers, followed by progressive abandonment, reduction of many settlements, and in general, if not complete, the population of the territory, the well-known late intermillennium crisis. This is, however, a rather rough simplification of a much more nuanced situation, which in fact gradually changes as far as one moves from east to west and vice versa. from one to the other of the different sub-areas of the two regions that we have sketched above. Be that as it may, our point here is that these sometimes subtle but historically very important differences connecting with the expansion of the Akkadian Empire and probably with a change in international communication networks will be completely obscured by adopting in both regions the same merely bipartite periodization for the evaluation of survey material. We believe that, at the present state of knowledge, we do have enough short duration diagnostic for the different sub-areas of both regions to attempt a more detailed chronological attribution of survey material.
So I will continue. So there are, of course, some problems here, and one main obstacle here is, and we come to another important topic, the sometimes still imprecise or ambiguous definitions of some diagnostic types used for survey material, their controversial date, or the different date which is attributed to them in different sub-areas. All these can lead to considerable biases in the reconstruction of the settlement pattern. We will illustrate this concept by the help of a few examples. So the first one is Ninevite 5. The recognizability of its decorated ware makes it an ideal diagnostic type for surveys, and after 30 years of research, its development is fairly well known now. But the discriminating potential of its different varieties has not yet been fully acknowledged in survey publications. The maximum level of distinction which can sometimes be found is between painted, incised, and excised Ninevite 5. Although all of these have variants with different date and distribution. So this is, for instance, the situation for painted ware. It's a bit simplified, but it could work for survey, I think. We can well distinguish at least an earlier transitional and a later mature phase, and then a local, exclusively Djézireh variant, which is a bit later, and also this not Ninevite 5 Djézireh painted ware, the so-called Karababa-like ware. So for the ribbed incised wares, they are tested in both regions approximately in the same periods, but with slightly different features. So the color is a bit different, the morphology as well, and even the date and frequency. The excised ware are still well attested in the Tigridian region, but they are much more frequent in the Syrian Djézireh. But the main difference concerns the late excised version, which is extremely rare in northern Iraq and extremely common in the Syrian Djézireh, where it persists longer, so until the beginning of the early Djézireh 3A. And it is also accompanied by a new morphological repertoire. It is important to highlight this difference, as late excised ware in northeastern Syria accompanies the remarkable settlement expansion of the second urban revolution in the final early Djézireh 2 stage. So metallic ware is another emblematic case of some of these problems. In spite of intensive research to define its chronology and distribution, but especially to understand its composition and firing process, its definition, identification, and attribution are still problematic. So sorry, this was the excised, late excised. So the late excised is the Syrian variant, let's say. So the metallic ware is this one. So if archaeometrically speaking, there are indeed objective criteria which allow to distinguish between, for instance, North Mesopotamian non-calcareous metallic ware, gray ware, and so on, as you can see from the graph on the left, these differences can hardly be perceived by autoptic analysis and cannot therefore be proposed as a criterion to attribute survey material. In the right part of the slide, you can in fact see the outer surface and the section under microscope of 3 sherds from the excavations at El Beider, and it is quite evident that their outer surfaces are very similar to each other and difficult to distinguish. This slide shows some metallic ware vessels from Tel Beider. As you can see, they have different colors, ranging from reddish to brown to the typical gray and blue-gray. This kind of metallic ware is dated to the early Djézireh II to early Djézireh 3b, mainly 3, with only few attestations in the early Djézireh 4, and it is characteristic of an extensive area approximately from the foothills of the Taurus Mountains in southeastern Turkey and the region directly south of the Jebel Abdulaziz in northern Syria. But if we move to Tel Brak, the above described metallic ware is subsumed together with other fine and clinky wares of yellowish-greenish color under the general term of stoneware. So stoneware was found in levels L, M, and N, dated by the excavators from the early Djézireh III to the post-Akkadian period. But as one can see from the 3 pictures in the slide that the majority of the sherds are indeed quite similar to each other, and they were dated to different periods just because they were found in different layers. But there are also some differences. For instance, the red ones to the left, or the yellowish-greenish to the right. So the situation in Tel Taya is similar. So blue-gray and yellow-green sherds appear in the same levels. In general, it seems that at Taya, as well as at Ilam, the gray wares are so proper metallic ware, let's say, are much rarer than at the sites located farther west, while the majority of the ceramic, with a vaguely metallic appearance, is yellowish or greenish in color, and this corresponds to the so-called Taya ware or clinky ware, as it was called in Leyland. So the so-called syllables, on which I will come back later, also belong to this general category. So these definitions are very generic still. So to sum up, it's evident that the definition of North Mesopotamian metallic ware and of these other related special fabrics we have just described is a problematic issue even when dealing with excavated material, and will therefore be even more problematic in the case of survey material. In fact, although as a general phenomenon, all these wares are characteristic of the mid-late 3rd millennium BC, they are closely related to each other and often difficult to distinguish from each other, but in spite of this, each of them has in fact a slightly different chronospatial distribution. One way out of this impasse to reach a more reliable attribution of individual sherds might be to consider, for instance, the association of fabric, morphological details, and other things. Now, a couple of cases concerning apparently easily recognizable morphological types. First one is the so-called syllable. This was first identified at Tel Eilan, where it was considered a hallmark of the Akkadian period. So generally, this nickname defines a flat-based, frustum-cone-shaped, mass-produced bowl or beaker, characterized by a hard, dense olive green paste. So what at the land they call fine clinky ware. So at first sight, these rather easily identifiable features could make it a good diagnostic type for survey material. However, not all of these bowls have a flat base. Some of them have a slightly rounded base. Not all of them are conical. Some are bell-shaped. And some of them are of lighter green color. And not all of them are in clinky ware. So as for paste, what is described as clinky ware at Leyland, and is rather characteristic there, seems to correspond to part of what is named stoneware at Brak. But it is very rare, if not absent, farther west, For instance, at Tel Beidar, it is almost non-existent, and also it's not present further east in northern Iraq. Thus, if one would like to consider this a diagnostic survey type, what should one consider? The fabric, one or more morphological details, or only a precise combination of these? And then, for which geographical area should we consider it a diagnostic? Besides this, for which period should it consider a diagnostic? As at Leyland, excavators consider it Akkadian, so early Djézireh for A and B, and actually they thought it was introduced at the site by Akkadian administration. But further research showed that similar items were already sporadically present, for instance at El Beidar, in the early Djézireh 3B period, maybe even earlier at some sites. And it was subsequently recognized, the type, to persist, although with slightly different features, like more vertical walls, so higher beakers, in the post-Akkadian early Djézireh 4C phase. So we could thus consider it a main diagnostic type for the early Djézireh 4A-B period, Akkadian, and a less diagnostic type for the previous and following phases, especially if with slightly different features. Another example are the so-called Syrian bottles. They also represent a very distinctive type, easy to recognize even from small sherds because of details such as the very small neck and the base, and they have a wide spatial distribution. Therefore, they are potentially good for dating survey material. They are indeed attested for a long time, so at least early Djézireh 3A to early Djézireh 5 in the Syrian Djézireh. And they occur in many different variants and in several different wares. However, specific morphological details like the shape of the rim, the shape of the base, the general shape of the body, and so on, the fabric could help in further defining their date, even in very fragmentary examples. Last question we would like to tackle is how missing or insufficient knowledge of the ceramic repertoire may lead to serious biases in reconstructing settlement patterns through survey material. So such a situation may derive from different circumstances, lack of excavations, lack of distinctive and easily recognizable types, and so on. But it can lead to considerably underestimate or, in the opposite case, overestimate the density of human occupation of a given period. One case at issue was, until recently, the late third millennium, so the early Djézireh 4C and 5 post-Akkadian or 3 period in the Syrian Djézireh, when the area was even considered by some authors, Harvey-Wise 2002 in this case, to have been completely abandoned for 3 centuries. In the meanwhile, the situation has been partially rectified through new excavations, and we now have some good diagnostic types for this phase, at least for the early Djézireh 4C and also early Djézireh 5. So our distribution maps have become, however, a bit less empty. This is a later set of maps by the same Harvey-Wise. It doesn't change much, but at least there is a phase which is attested, where settlement is attested. This is another, probably more reliable map of the post-Akkadian U3 settlement in the area. However, our knowledge of the common and decorated ware of these periods is still inadequate, and we can therefore suppose that their importance is still a bit underestimated. Also, possible differences between period 4C and period 5 probably are obscured. Another example this is the last one of this question, is the post-Ninevite 5 mid-3rd millennium development in the Syrian Djézireh versus the Tigridian region. So the mid-3rd millennium phases, early Djézireh 3A, 3B, represent the high day of a 3rd millennium urban civilization of the Syrian Djézireh, which is known through a very large number of extensively excavated sites of all types and sizes. So the ceramic repertoire of this period is therefore very well known. So although pottery of these phases is only rarely decorated and common ware largely prevail, we can thus be rather confident in using types which are by themselves not very distinctive, such as some simple rims of storage jars and so on. We thus have at our disposal a large number of potential diagnostic types to be used on surveys, which may lead to an over-representation of this period compared to less well-known ones. The situation in the Tigridian region is just the opposite. So there are, in fact, only a couple of excavated sites. In fact, there are only a few graves which cover the long period, the early Tigridian 5, between the late Ninevite 5, early Djézireh, early Tigridian 4B, and the early Tigridian 6, which corresponds to level 9 Taya, which parallels make us sure it cannot begin before the very end of the early dynastic period. So almost none of the most characteristic types of early Djézireh 3 is attested in the Tigridian region. And the list of diagnostic types which we could identify by the Arcane project could identify for this early Tigridian 5 period is indeed very poor. It is on the left. On the right are some graves of this period which have been excavated in the meanwhile, but the types are the same. So there is, however, a large number of commonwear shards collected during the surveys which can be generally attributed to the early Bronze Age. So some scholars have therefore been tempted to classify them as mid-3rd millennium in order to realign the settlement development of the Tigridian region with that of the neighboring region. So the early Djézireh 3 is a period of flourishing urbanization. It must be the same in the Tigridian, so let's put these shards there. But I think this would not be completely correct, as we know hardly nothing of the common wares of both the previous Ninevite 5 and of the following Akkadian or 3 periods, which we, however, know are very well represented in this region. So it is thus possible, in fact, I think probable, that a large part of these presently unclassifiable common wares belong to one of this period and not to the 3rd millennium. So the question is bound to remain open for the time being. And we could multiply examples, but we believe we have illustrated sources of uncertainty and possible biases clearly enough. And all this leaves us with a rather open conclusion, which we offer for discussion to the colleagues of this meeting. So it is clear that ceramic chronology of the 3rd millennium Syrian Djézireh made great strides in the course of the last 40 years. We do now have a C14 anchored periodization with relatively well-defined diagnostic types for the region as well as for the neighboring ones. There are still some gaps in our knowledge, and furthermore, they are coupled with an unequal distribution of the diagnostic types. So there are periods with many diagnostic types, periods, areas with few of them. So some open questions concern common undecorated wares, which are still difficult to date, or specific phases or sub-regions. So the beginning of the 3rd millennium in the Western Djézireh, the early Djézireh 3-4 transition is also a bit difficult. Unfortunately, the international crisis that stopped all fieldwork in the area during the last dozen years and caused the migration of specialists to other countries makes it difficult to think that the situation will change quickly with excavated material. Thus, there is not much we can presently do in this respect. We can, however, continue working, so to say, on other fronts. In fact, when we try to apply this periodization to survey material, and our area is in fact a very intensively surveyed one, as we all know, although not all of this material is fully published. So when we try to apply the periodization to survey material in order to reconstruct the development of settlement patterns, we are faced with many different problems. For the third millennium Syrian Djézireh, some of these are connected with imprecise or conflicting definition of types. We have just shown some examples. But as we saw, it is already possible to work on these. In fact, enough evidence is already available for a better distinction and more precise attribution of some of them. Many problems, we think, arise from the intrinsic limits of the evidence we collect to achieve our aims, and from the way we use it. So, first of all, survey methodology has become, in the meanwhile, less and less naive, but the surveys, those material we have access to, are still too different from each other in method, intensity, and so on, not only to guarantee comparability between the results of different teams, but also to compensate for biases in site visibility, representativity, visibility of the different periods, and so on. Furthermore, if survey specialists have, in the meanwhile, considerably refined their collecting strategies, it seems to us that they have not paid enough attention to how to choose diagnostic pottery types, how to define them, and which use to make of them. They have often, in fact, simply relied on evidence drawn from excavations or adapted types from previous surveys in adjacent regions. So, one category of problems concerns the dating potential of survey ceramic material, reliability and sensitivity to find chronological and spatial variation. They can be quite variable, all of them, and require more attention than what is generally paid to them. This is a point on which future research could profitably focus, even when working exclusively on material from old surveys. We think that a diversified approach to the diagnostic types, tailored to the specific aims of different studies and taking into account different degrees of reliability and certainty, could be used. So, for a study focusing on long-term, longue durée settlement development, or on wide interregional comparisons, in which a very rough chronological framework could be sufficient, one could include diagnostic types which have longer or not yet determined period of use, or even group together distinct diagnostics which have, so to say, a narrow family resemblance. For instance, one could consider all metallic-looking wares as a generic diagnostic for the second half of the third millennium BC, or all Ninevite wares, Ninevite 5 wares, as indicative of the first half of it, without considering individual varieties. This would allow a wide data comparability and the inclusion in the study of many sites whose date is not very precise. On the other hand, if the focus of the research is narrower, so a more restricted area or a limited period, or if the study aims at the construction of mid-term historical phenomena, therefore a sharper chronological distinction is required, one could apply a stricter selection of diagnostic types, so only the short-lived ones, or secondary subdivisions of the main types. Finally, for cases of intensive survey around an excavated site, one could push the definition of diagnostic types even further by relying on the comparison with excavated stratigraphic sequences. One could, for instance, envisage a system where individual sheds are not simply considered to belong to a type, but are attributed a number of diagnostic attributes. So where rim decoration, whose combination may provide a more precise date. So for the publication of the material from a specific survey, the most promising strategy would be, in our opinion, one that incorporates the concepts of different degrees of reliability or probability, both for individual diagnostic types in relation to different chronological slots. So a type may have a higher probability to belong to period X and a lower one to belong to period Y. And also the same for individual sites. So in this case, one could take into account the association of different diagnostics on the same site. So, for instance, if on one side we have one type with a high chronological definition and a larger number of types with lower chronological definition, but no other types, the types with lower chronological definition may strengthen the case for the site being occupied in that specific period, and vice versa. Of course, such an approach has the disadvantage that it is rather idiosyncratic and subjective, and it is difficult to replicate, so not really scientific in the sense of hard sciences. Furthermore, the plausibility of the obtained results would also be rather difficult to access. One way of doing this would be, for instance, to produce different distribution maps, respectively including or excluding less reliable diagnostic for the same period, and compare these maps with each other. So this would allow one to estimate the degree to which settlement distribution changes as a consequence of a different choice of diagnostic. Would this, for instance, result in a mere quantitatively different pattern, so intensification or dispersal of the points, or in an altogether qualitatively different patterns? So would one find more rural versus more urban sites, or would one see different clusters or alignments of sites and so on? So this could be all something interesting to be done. So several years ago, while working through some MA thesis on the preliminary study of the Leland survey material at Ca' Foscari, we attempted a similar approach by assigning different degrees of reliability from 1 to 3 to the different types and their association. Results were in fact promising, but for different reasons they were never fully published, and the idea was that not further pursued. We believe it may be interesting to resume it for other material as well, for instance by applying it a stricter theoretical framework able to deal with multiple levels of probability and uncertainty, such as may be provided, for instance, by fuzzy logic. And this would, of course, require an interdisciplinary project in collaboration with mathematicians, statistics experts, and so on. So this is some ideas on how one could deal with this material in the future, and I leave you with these ideas, still very rough. So thank you for your attention.
Can you
discuss your approach that is quite interesting, in my opinion, with the surveyors. So try to explain or to have a contact on this method with Djézireh.
I have always a contact with him. And
can you, because Djézireh is a friend of mine.
I know.
I work with him, and so. But the first point I think is that normally now who do the survey decided at the beginning of his career that he will not an excavator. Okay? So the idea is that they will substitute the excavation. So if you speak with Djézireh, he can rightly admit that, okay, I'm here, I'm doing the job. Fast, better, and with the less money that you can imagine. And so I think it's quite difficult to, but it's a good point. It's a really good point.
Yeah, but if I can just answer him, it depends the way you make a survey. Because if you collect a lot of shirts, I would really go right away in your position. And I think we also, from all the material we have questions about, exactly how to date one Syrie, but considering all the rest of the material we have, then we can, of course, as you say, decide, well, it is rather this period than the other. Of course, it will stay hypothetical, but anyway, all the results of the surveys are hypothetical.
Yeah.
So, but of course, if you have little material, not very many, and if you choose already from the beginning only the diagnostic shirts that you know, of course, it's all biased.
Exactly.
It's all biased. So this is why I told you children are just the best collectors, because they pick up anything, they don't know anything.
Exactly.
And I remember myself when I was, for instance, walking on Djézireh, on Djézireh. I don't know if it was already flooded when you were working in Beda, but Djézireh was just a hill full of shirts. I'd never seen so many shirts in my life. So it was impossible to pick up as many as possible, because we would have only on this tell 15 tons. So I had to choose, and I was always trying not to decide which one I would pick up, this one or this one. And I was trying, going blind, because otherwise I knew I would already bias the results. And most of the people who make surveys, they don't want to care with all these shirts, so they just choose the one they know.
That was exactly my point. So the survey specialists, they have refined their collecting methodology, so transects, and so they take much care in selecting their sample as far as collecting strategies are concerned. But as far as pottery is concerned, they use a really very rough methodology, and that's why their results, I think, can be very deeply biased, and for both chronologically, because if you have this very rough definition, you really miss important changes. In 500 years, you can have collapse, rise, second collapse, second rise, and also especially because he uses the same diagnostic from Vader to Eastern Tigris,
And this is not correct because they are slightly different.
This is really bias.
Yeah, so there are big biases in the way they
The question is to select the diagnostic type, and the other question is who select the diagnostic fragments? Because theoretically now, if we do a survey in the Djézireh, so if we, me, you, Anya, and other 3 or 4 people, we can, I think, distinguish really most of the fragments that we collect.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, a survey did by people that know very well pottery as a sense, if not, can be really a bias.
Yeah.
Because I have an experience, because when we were on the, if obviously we have to establish the type of the survey, and I agree with you. But when we worked on the upper types, when we started the excavation there, it was really at the beginning. The only information that we had was the survey did by Guglielmo Algazzi that recognized the most diffused pottery of the area, the bicolored or red, brown, varnished, painted work, as Hellenistic. You know, so all the sites on the region at the beginning were Hellenistic. Okay? But at the end of the project, the rescue project, I think that only 1 or 2 sites had Hellenistic occupation. So this is really a problem, because if you start to do a survey with this huge and amazing technology, but you don't know the pottery, I don't know what they are doing. What you are doing. The other problem that I want to put on the conversation is that the only possibility that we have to solve way to solve the problem is the definition of the pottery as this is another problem that we have, is the confrontation. So meeting like this, so if you do something like this, we can reasonably have an idea. But I think, for example, during the arcana meetings, we miss not sometimes, but frequently, the drug excavators. I think it's one of the reasons because of the Brexit. Because they have constantly a different terminology for the words. So, metallic work, no, for us, it's stone. So this is metallic, no, this is clinking work. This is tile work. Okay, good. But in terms of confrontation between scholars, what are you showing me? This black fragment? We can call black fragment if you want, but at one point.
So thank you.
Thank you for everyone for this for all this presentation. It was so interesting. We talk all of the from more details to more general. So we talk about the diagnostic, how we can define. We talk about the survey. We talk about many sites, excavated site. So I think there's a lot of approach for the ceramic. So to decide in one meeting to say everything about the ceramic is impossible. Even the start to finish about it. So
I think we should try now. I mean, we have answered many questions right after each communication, And but I think maybe we should try now to not only to make a conclusion, but maybe to open to how we could work together on some kind of possibility to publish all the material we still have to publish, all of us. And I don't know, and also open to you any different opinion or question you have, and you want to, if we want to consider not a specific problem but more general questions.
I think the case of Syria, there is a lot of work we still have to do, especially if we look at the presentation of Christoph. He said just for the third millennium, I think it was 370 meters square, and the total is, just for the third millennium, how much the excavated surface? Yeah.
378.
Yeah, this gives us an idea that we still have really a lot of works about, if we just look at one site in all this area, and already we have 60 sites.
Yeah, but you have Leila.
Yeah, but our sites, we done all these sites, we don't do any excavation. The only site, I think, just Tel Kerkashuk and Tel Abu Hujayra
and Beida
and
Muzan and
Of
course.
Yeah.
All you were working with different surveys, and you use a unified typology?
No, it's impossible. I have tried, all the time to have the same criteria, etc., and use the same codification, but it's impossible because you make your typology on the material you have. And it depends. In one region, it's different from another, etc. And so it is impossible to have just one general typology. You have to adapt all the time to what you have.
Because I found it quite archaic system, because for the same ceramics, you can have two different or three or five different ways of describing it. So how you can imagine automatic work by a computer if you don't have, if you don't describe ceramic by the same way?
No, to describe, you have to describe it the same way. I mean, you take the temper, you take the shape, you take the shape of the rim, shape of the color, shape of the base, decoration, no decoration, etc., firing, whatever, surface treatment. So the description should follow always the same criteria. And then afterwards you can say that type called F2 or 3, whatever, here is the same as type F3, 4 in another survey or in another excavation is the same. You can say that. But you cannot decide when you're making your typology, when you're working on the material. You cannot decide, well, this I know somewhere else is called such, so I will call it now the same, because in your building you have to build your typology in a tree-like thing, So you have different levels of characteristics that you take into account, and so then the number you will give it will change.
So it's a huge work to compare a survey to another survey.
It's a huge work, yes.
It's already to go.
Sometimes it's impossible.
It is a huge work.
That's what she explained.
Change gradually, so there is no moment when no real order between one type and the other.
Exactly.
That's why I said that
exactly.
maybe
Also.
we have to start thinking in terms of fuzzy logic, so that there is no type 1 or type 2, but this is more similar to type 1 and the other one. So it's difficult. I myself wouldn't know where to start with, but I think that could be, maybe one could try pilot study on a small set to see if this brings to something. I don't know.
Yeah,
another topic is that every survey has a main focus usually. So, for instance, when I made this about the land survey of the Neo-Syrian period, the main survey on the region was focused on the millennium. So, for the Neo-Syrian period, you just find 3 shirts, so just the main diagnostic. So, also this could be a problem to compare the data because depending on the data.
This is what we said before with Jason. I mean, if you pick up only diagnostic shirts, be it for one period or for several periods, but anyway, it all biased your data.
I think that in some cases the chemical analysis can help.
Yeah, but on a survey, material of a survey, what do you do?
Yeah. But I think that at one point we can have a combination of the data, chemical and autoptical, for example. For me, for example, we did analysis, chemical analysis on the body fragments. But for me, it's quite useful, and the data that Anya, the analysis that she did on the paper, because I tried to combine my point of view that is autoptical with the point of view of Anya, because they did chemical analysis, and so it can be useful also for me, and also for people that do the survey. I don't know. Yeah, but the problem is the selection, I think. For me, the selection.
Yeah,
the selection is. I don't believe that a survey did in some way can be useful.
A survey.
I'm really skeptical on this.
On what? I'm sorry. On what?
I believe that a survey did by people that cannot understand really indeed the typology of what we can use. Because yes, this is third event, this is second event, on the basis of what? Because sometimes it's quite strange, because people that do the survey commission the study of the diagnostic shirts to other people.
Yeah, but if you want to...
But not to other in terms of a key.
Yeah.
To other people.
Yeah, but if you want if you want to do the chemical analysis and you choose again what you want to do the analysis on, that means you choose it. You have a kind of selection. That means you know this one is like that. For that reason, you choose it to do that. That's what happened with Schneider to choose the metallic wear, and we find all of them is non-calcareous.
Yeah, but at that time we didn't know. I mean, when he was making his analysis, he was trying to find out, to make characteristics of the metallic wear. Okay. And so he, that was very clever. And, I said, well, here is all our metallic wear, so take whatever you want. And so he picked up shirts from different sites, and he made the analysis and realized that it is all this. But we had no one knew before. Oh. It was the first time we realized that this metallic wear in this area is all the same.
For the specialists, so we are in Kurdistan now. Yeah. Just our survey and that person as a photo specialist, that's studied properly. The other, no. The other survey, not holistic, maybe himself and Dorota, but just them. So the other people they didn't know, they don't have specialists of this. So I also divided the pottery from the 6th millennium to the Islamic period, and I can make a mistake. So and we are 4 together, and we stay together.
together and everybody knows that period, so it is easier. But this is one of the problems, the main problem. People just collect shirts, and I know, coming back to Djézireh, they stay on the field until 12, and then they stay like 1 hour every day, just sorting shirts.
Yeah.
They have like days sites with 1 or 2 shirts. So I don't know if it's and they choose just what they.
Yeah, it's yeah. So to say, I mean, even though they use much more scientific, you know, background, it pretty much is the same as when I'm sorry to say so, but I mean at that time it was the fashion when the oats were going for a picnic on the site on a Sunday, and we're picking up a few shirts and saying, well, this is so and so. It's the same. At that time, you know, it was just for a picnic, and that was it.
And also, the number of shirts have to be related with the hectares of the site.
Yes. Yes.
It's important also this because.
No, but I remember that Jason and Tony, well, they both came to Kamishli once, and they were impressed, of course, and
there's a lot.
And,
there's a lot of shirts.
But Tony was, I mean, he sat for the full day, and he looked at all the different baskets, and he took a lot of notes, etc. I mean, he would. I guess he realized that, I mean, you really have to work a lot on, you have to collect a lot, but you have to work a lot. And, but it is true that it is also so big that sometimes you are overwhelmed, and that it takes years and years to publish. I mean, I am the first to recognize that, and, but you have the same problem because one person to do it. I did that in Afghanistan, but it took me quite many years to do it, and so this is why I didn't want to repeat it in Syria, and I gave it to different people. But then you always have problems because the situation, either the political situation or the personal situation. Something happens, and then you are missing a part. So I don't know how to do, but I think that's it. I was thinking that, well, mainly for me, I guess, because I have quitted Syria already quite a long time ago. But I missed many publications that were going on during these past 20 years. So I was thinking, and I guess maybe some of you don't have, we do not always have, you know, articles that were published in some kind of obscure journal. So maybe we could try on our basis already to share all what we have. Put it in a cloud or something like that, I don't know, and so that we can exchange, and then any information, of course, pictures, drawings, whatever you need, or information you need, you ask each other.
We can ask also.
We can ask each other.
Yeah.
You can remind us.
Yeah.
Sending email, okay, please send an articles, or maybe you have some files with the publications, and you can make a kind of a database of this publication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good idea.
Yeah, if already each of us were giving the list of all the articles or books or whatever that they have done on this area, and then we can share all the material. And,
it's pity that we cannot have a confrontation on this side. Because the end of the 90s and the beginning of the 2000 years, it was really
during the season of excavation, we visited the other expedition and we saw the pottery.
Yeah, yeah, very
Except
important.
Brack. Anyway, it's a joke. But anyway, it was really.
In the springtime it was.
Yeah, we were also in Spain. We were also in Spain. Anyway, it's a joke. It's a joke. But it's just to give you this impression. It was a very, very real atmosphere in that years.
Yeah.
Because there was really a confrontation with the others, colleagues of the other expeditions, thanks also to the attack project, because really it was a very, very interesting place to share experiences.
Yeah, anyway, I think I'm very glad that we
right to the
we
end.
went back to Syria for this day. I really feel I'm there.
We are. I hope one day we can come back to continue the work there. I hope.
Even if we cannot afford to get back to Syria because of the situation, I think it is a good opportunity to start to publish the material. Because so many sites are still missing the final publication. I don't mind these articles, but I mean this final publication. So maybe it's a good time to start to work with the material which was excavated for the Syrian Djézireh or Syrian sites.
Probably that I think almost Lovato study project, that's the word.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's not that, you know, you are now engaging in different projects.
So we are waiting for that beta.
I have the same problem, but so the material which is not published doesn't exist, actually, because it was already excavated. We have no access to the material which is probably stored or stolen from Syria. And when it is not published, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if you use it from Bertille, but we don't know. Our excavation is still okay. Our excavation is okay. Because all the pottery is there. Was there.
Where was it?
In Leida.
In Leida.
So we don't. The last news was not bad. So the house was still in good shape, but maybe the house I think had been emptied and used for other purposes. So maybe the pottery was just thrown away. I don't know.
It's good to ask now.
From the Arbit, we get already this area which is final publication, and I have even this culture for the next steps in the next area we publish, because it is impossible to prepare the final publication of the whole site, of course, because of the complex character of the site and the different areas that were excavated. So we're still working with the material. The problem is with the specialists. The problem is with the time, which is lucky.
Where was the material from Tel Aviv? Did it stay on the tel?
Yeah, we some so-called special material was moved to this new museum in Djézireh.
Yeah, yeah. In Djézireh.
Yes, but the vast part of the material, especially pottery, was stored in our big house at the Institut. So we have no idea what happened to this material. We have some news about the house, because we have a digging house, as you remember, some of you will remember. And from when the war started, we had some news from our friends that still inhabited the site, that some part of the house, these wooden beams were stolen from the big house. But I have no idea what happened to this pottery, which was stored at the site.
It's in Djézireh?
No, at the site.
At the site.
The pottery is at the site. The complete vessels were moved to the museum, of course, after each Something special, complicated.
Yeah, the traffic.
And what about Telbarry?
I don't know exactly because I have no relation with the new director of the expedition.
Ah,
I
okay.
have a lot of knowledge before. But if I look at the satellite images,
I can see.
see the compound of the excavation house completely destroyed. So erased on the level of the floor. So I don't know where finish the object. I don't know. But there's nothing existing now on the compound of the expedition house. But I don't know exactly. I have no news. I maintain some relation with my friends there.
You have to connect, yeah.
Never ask about the excavation.
Because some Syrian, they're still working there, so we can ask them to see if we can have some information. Our material we couldn't find because they lost. I don't know what they are. I tried to talk with many people there. Everyone give me another one to. Then you have to come back to the first one. Then you go to the other one. So, but I couldn't find any.
For the material from the survey? Well, Ali, he told me that everything had been brought back to Haseke, to the house, to the antiquities in Haseke.
They said they don't have it. They put it in somewhere else. He gave me the number of someone else. I called him. He said, no, it's not with us because they said they will send it, but so it was very complicated. And as you are not there, you cannot really, because the people, they have other things to do. They were not thinking about your material.
For the body, the problem is not about it.
Yeah.
The body, the problem is hundreds of silk impressions.
Yeah.
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 No one
published.
Yeah.
No one.
Well, we had the same problem, the silk impressions. We were preliminary processing them, but the work was not finished. So less than half of them were drawn. They were sketched only, and they were in the basement of the Zor museum in a box. I don't know. They are not the kind of material which is stolen because it's not very impressive, but who knows what happened?
Yeah.
Maybe it was flooded, maybe it was thrown away, so we don't know. This is something that I would like to finish the famous impressions. That was a really good work.
I know that someone, for example, Stefano Mazzoni, she started to go there. She was in Syrie, near Tel Aviv, and she was there together with Serena Cecchini, and they tried to check all the stuff. But it's quite difficult. At one point during the crisis there, a friend of mine sent me a photo in which there was a box, a wooden box, and I recognized the box because on the box there was the label Tel Barbie that probably comes from the daily storage room. I don't know, but open and completely.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
We just have used the many gelati because but I don't know if until now, but 2 years ago, they continue to pay the guards, so they get video from them every week. They contact.
It's okay. Yeah, it's the current.
All villagers, in principle, do so. They give a salary to 20 people, and so the people keep the material, keep the house.
Try to protect it.
Yeah.
See, I know for sure because I talked with Giorgio just 2 weeks ago, and he concluded that everything is untouched.
Oh, very good. I mean, they are, it's great. I mean, they have the money also to afford that.
Yeah, for that reason, it was good this meeting to come back to this period, and we have to think to do the publication to give some trace from this period.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much for you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you for your coming, and thank you for participation. We have a cocktail now. We can continue our discussion.
Well,
thank you for
it's Susan, and I don't know if the people from the
the one I called is Elsa Najm, with another Syrie Grulo. I think her name is like that. This is the people, the two people who did the organization.
Yeah, thanks for
I would like to thank them. Yeah, yeah, thank you.